Good morning. I can say that because it is still morning. I got my coffee with me. So we got 3 sets to cast today. And I'm staying for all of them today because I'm casting the third one with Tristan. So we'll be doing everything today. We will have MBL Licks, Barles, Liereyy, and TaToH repard. Also, for those of you who use VS Code, I realized the other day that the version is 1.1111. So, get a good 11 in the chat for that. Let's see, are these games live? I don't even know what the schedule is. Casting schedule. A live Rex, it looks like. Alright, so our Rex for the third one. Chill set of Rex. Now we just wait for Arbase to... Hopefully Arbase is as prompt with posting the drafts as he was with posting about our show match yesterday that I was casting. Sure, it looks good. Thank you. Thank you. At some point I'll need to put my headphones on and like get a good indent in my head, but not yet. It's kind of sticking up on the side. I feel like I need a background behind me that is a different color. Because right now, like the wood-colored background, I feel like I kind of blend into it. I feel like I need more of like a whiter background. GG's, hello. Nice to see some people on YouTube. Now, I hadn't been streaming as much for the past couple of weeks, so I need to get back on my grind. I'm going to be streaming a lot in April for the Onamaru Brazil qualifiers. Just finished a run of the new Resident Evil game and it made you sad. It's stupidly well optimized. But being like that was the norm, not the exception, when I was coming up. I feel like lots of games were jank throughout all the history of my life of playing games. But just jank in different ways than they are today. Jank in the fact that it was a finished product that they had to put a stopping point on and release. Sharp today, thank you, do all the quests. Yeah, so if you weren't around yesterday, you've probably seen some of my live streams if you paid attention the past couple of weeks. I've been working on the map scripts for the Brazil land coming up. And the other day I needed something to cast, I just needed to stream, and I streamed after TTL. So I was streaming a few games that freaking Andy and Shikso had played. Just a spontaneous thing. Shikso was streaming, and Andy went to the chat and was like, hey, want to play some games? On the Brazil maps. So they played 5 games. That was in the morning. So in the evening, I set my stream title up, I set my overlay up, I was all ready to cast, and I started the stream, and then I realized, oh, I need to download the Rex. Out of all the buttons I need to press, I forgot the important one of actually getting the Rex to cast. And I went to the dashboard, and they must have played privately, or didn't enable specs or whatever, but the Rex weren't there. So I messaged the players. Andy was on his flight back to Europe at the time. But Shikso replied after a bit and sent me the Rex. So it was great, but I got to cast them. But while I was waiting for the reply, I just went to cast the AOQ tournament that was going on. And during that, before I was able to update my title, Arbase just saw the title, didn't realize that there were no Rex in the pipeline, and he went and pinged at everyone. He gave an everyone ping in the Onamaru server that I was casting a show match, which was absolutely not happening because I didn't have the Rex for it. I was like, okay, this is a bad enough mistake, but we can recover from it. And then Arbase has to go give an everyone ping. Oh, that was amazing. DE is janky in other ways, like how it abuses RAM. Yeah, when DE was in beta, I actually couldn't play it because it crashed my computer. It didn't have enough RAM. Hello, Socks. Looking dapper. Thank you. I actually bothered to put a proper shirt and sweater on today. I somewhat have improved my sleep schedule the past couple of days. So let's see. You guys pretty cool. It is the problem is the thermostat is not in this room, and the thermostat is in a warmer room in this apartment. So whatever I have the heat set at, it doesn't actually correspond to the temperature in this room. And keeping them in sync sometimes means that I'm very cold. They don't always stay in sync all that well. Alright, and here we go. Draft time. We have some drafts. High Tides, the first game. Reverse Acropolis, the home map for MBL. And African River, the home map for Licks. And so, just to set the stage as we're getting ready here, let's look at the standings. There's only one outcome that matters for Licks today. That would be if he gets a sweep over MBL. If Licks gets a sweep, he has 5 points, and then with 2 sets won, will win the tiebreaker over MBL, and he will be safe, and MBL will be relegated. If MBL gets swept, then he drops down to gold. Any other result means that Licks has at most 4 points, and MBL gets up to 6, so Licks then gets relegated, and MBL is safe. Now, for MBL, of course he wants to avoid being relegated, but with a sweep, he also gives him a chance, he gives himself a chance to qualify for the playoffs, although that is unlikely because a sweep would give him 8 points, and he would lose a tiebreaker to TaToH if TaToH wins a single game then. TaToH already has 3 sets won. That would be a 3-2 at the very least if TaToH wins a game. So as long as TaToH takes 1 game off of repard, who currently is 1-11, then TaToH is safe to stay in the playoffs. And then no chance that MBL catches Barles. And of course, probably the most intriguing matchup, Liereyy versus Barles, because Liereyy at 12-0 is attempting to be the first player to go undefeated 15-0 through a TTL group stage. Barles, the number 2 in the group, this is 1 versus 2. If Barles gets a sweep, they each have 4 set wins, and then the head-to-head tiebreaker means that Barles finishes first. And first means you get a first round of bye to the quarterfinals. Liereyy is in the driver's seat, though. He just needs 1 win, but I'm sure he'd like to get 3. Sure, I feel like part of the success of AoE2 originally was that it would run on very bad hardware. And I think that it was very, very good, good selling point. Or not necessarily a selling point, good pirating point. Yeah, 2080. How many years ago is 2080? That would have been, like, great when DE came out, the 2080. Yeah, Vinch took 2 from Hera. Vinch, he was boot camping. Vinch was boot camping. And Hart with 2-1 over. Take a look at that part of the standings as they finish the draft. Hart with the 2-1 lead over Vinchester means tied number of games, tied number of sets, but Hart wins the tiebreaker, so he's 2 and Vinch is 3. Yo there avoids relegation. He'll be 4th, though. Poor Lucho and Siscon get relegated. 4th and 5th. Lucho didn't win a set. Siscon only won 3 games. Something just got updated. I don't know what got updated. Yes, indeed. Vinch took 2 from Hera. In Pandemic and AI boom. Well, AI is more of a RAM thing, from what I've seen, than a GPU thing. But, yeah. So part of me wishes that the world could have just paused around 2014. So I feel like that's, like... Technology has gotten worse since then. I think that would have been, like, a good... Stop making AI stuff. That's when neural networks really started coming into full form. Go back farther and not have smartphones. Maybe that'd be even better. I don't mind smartphones. I think that smartphones are just worse when we've gotten to this whole big data gamification of everything stage. I can't turn on Twitch without seeing a sports betting ad. Chase being R-base with autocorrect and Peach R-base. So what civs do we think they'll take for high tides? I'm gonna guess Malians against Japanese. Also, what? Oh my gosh, I need to change my overlay. Chat, I need to change my overlay because they added new civs and the overlay doesn't fit anymore. Hold on. Gotta do 1, 2, up like that. There we go. Just realized that. All right. Right. Okay, I can't copy and paste, so the backgrounds will be faded while drafting, but oh well. Alright. Afternoon, hello there, Swise Bulka. Welcome in. Finally back to streaming again. So let's see, these are, I believe, live games, so I should be looking at the spectator dashboard and trying to find them. As though they're already in. Okay, I'm just gonna do an ad during the spec delay, and then we'll get into the game on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, you don't get the ads. Good YouTube. Alright. And I was correct about the civs. Japanese for licks, Malians for MBL. Apple, of all companies, is making relatively user-friendly laptops now, really. And, alright, High Tides V3. I also, the past few days I've also been, while I haven't been sleeping all that well, I've been coding a couple of extensions for VS Code and Z for better syntax highlighting for RMS scripts. If you saw me doing the Brazil lands, you saw me using them. Or the Brazil land maps, you saw me using them. I'm working on a language server next for some autocomplete and hover documentation. It should be a fun project. Have I been watching T90? I haven't really been watching T90 because I've been streaming at the same time. So there's Malians and Japanese, indeed. And here we are on High Tides, and since the ad's still playing, okay, coffee's still too hot. I was like, I'll get a sip of my coffee, but it's still too hot for that. I should watch T90 then? Help me sleep? Maybe that's what I gotta do. Anyway, this is High Tides, map originally by Algernon. We've updated it, made a few changes over the years. Added more stuff to the south in particular, balanced the fish. So we'll have Licks over to the west playing as the blue Japanese, MBL to the east as the red Malians. Now, as we talked about before the game started, the stakes for this matchup are if Licks sweeps MBL, MBL is relegated and Licks finishes fourth and remains in platinum. If MBL gets a single win, then he's safe. If MBL sweeps Licks, he puts himself ahead of TaToH, who later today will be playing repard. So that does keep MBL's playoff hopes alive if he does get a sweep. Repard, though, 1-11 so far. TaToH should be a pretty heavy favorite, especially to take at least a single game. But playoffs still in the cards for MBL, not mathematically eliminated yet. And it's important that we do as much math as we can before AIs just do it all for us. So early elephant lore from Licks, 3 on wood as the Japanese. That lumber camp is cheaper, and he's sending his Vil out to go dock. We'll be escorting the Vil with his scout. Fourth Vil over to the lumber camp. And he'll need a house at some point. But we'll go out to do the dock. Maybe I'll bring his scout over, bring his Vil over. And no loom for either of them. Now, if there's one player who likes to Vil fight, it is Licks. And this can potentially be a Vil fighting map with this island out here. Scout chasing the Vil. Will Licks try to fight? He'll bring his scout over. And if he gets the right moment, he can get a couple of hits on MBL's scout. Nicely done. Gets more HP. MBL perhaps overzealous in chasing the Vil. Suffers a couple of hits from it. And Licks will think about doing the dock. Has to be careful of his scout, though. And the game is paused. The game is paused. Aren't they bad at math? I'm sorry, go from Licks. Okay. Yes. I mean, in my experience, if you give them like high school or like even just like early calculus level math problem, they'll give you a great step-by-step solution for the most part. You're unversed on Malians. You see pros pick them a lot for maps like this. Malians have a wood discount on all their buildings, so gives them a pretty nice start for maps that are hybrid in nature, where you want to do the dock. Where you're saving on your lumber camp, saving wood on all your houses, and having a cheaper dock. Once you get the fishing ships out nice and smoothly. Japanese save 50 Vil on their lumber camp, or save 50 Vils. Save 50 Vils on a lumber camp. Save 50 wood on their lumber camp. So, kind of similar to that. It'll depend on how many houses you build before doing the dock, but kind of similar savings to that. And a bit more savings going on. For all you know, they're just putting the problem into Wolfram. Probably are. I have had very good success, at least the past couple of months, getting code generation from them. I had to translate the RMS grammar from one format to another when I was porting the syntax highlighting from Rust to VS Code. So I just dropped the file into Claude. I didn't even like use the paid version or anything. I just used their website. I dropped the file there and told it to translate it to a TextMate grammar. And it gave me something that I could sit around and took like an hour or so going back and forth to debug it and fix everything, but it was much faster than me reading all the documentation for the format myself, importing it myself. Red Wolfram wasn't there? I had Wolfram Alpha, but it was the paid version, so I never used it. Or at least the paid version if you wanted the step-by-step solutions. So we'll have a 30-second difference. Licks being up first. And oh my gosh, he's crushing with the dock. Oh, this is so silly. I absolutely hate that fishing ships can garrison and shoot arrows. But he's going to keep MBL off of the fish. But look at the range indicators. Licks' fish are safe from MBL's dock. But MBL now has to fish farther away because Licks was shooting down his fishing ships. Your high school math teacher had the paid Wolfram. Let's see, is this coffee sippable yet? Almost. So, militia into men-at-arms for Licks. No surprise as the Japanese sending a Vil forward too. No scout for Licks. Scout still on low HP for MBL. MBL will be fully walled. Just a palisade gate, but walled nevertheless. Japanese get 5 men-at-arms with arson. They can probably punch through the palisade gate, but not the investment that Licks has, and we also will be fighting on water. And I expect we'll see hulks from both of them. Don't think there's enough time on this map to get galleys amassed. And you're not going to see demos in the current patch, so it'll just be hulks. Hulks to counter the fires. Those use it to learn everything, those use it so they don't have to learn anything. If you use them well or helpful, use them poorly and they are a hindrance. The men-at-arms attack the palisade. Ah, my eyes are so dry. Attack the palisade, and we'll have... There's the Hulk. There is the Hulk. Oh, but the fishing ships just hop in the dock. Next version of Capture Age supposedly is going to render the ropes for the Hulks. And I think the dock from MBL shot the Walden Ville from Licks. Yes, oh my gosh, MBL getting some revenge trushing from his own dock. Able to shoot down the Ville that Licks had quick-walled there. Licks doesn't have a repair Ville. And it'll be hulks for both of them. Incredible. Here's arson. Arson for Licks. And will be a blacksmith up for Licks. The Vills and the berries. Well, it's a very forward forage bush group for Licks, so he needs to make sure he keeps the pressure up on MBL, so MBL doesn't have a chance to keep him off the berries. Berries will be important for his uptiming. Making sure he has food income. And the Hulks looking to smash the fishing ships. That they do. They can fall back to the dock, maybe garrison the fishing ships and fight under the dock. Yeah, looks like that's what Licks will do. MBL with an extra Hulk. And both of them keep adding more Hulks. So 2 wood lines for MBL. He has more access to wood in the back, though. Can run to the edge if he needs to. Look for more wood. And Licks trying to wall up. Not quite there, not fully walled yet. Needs one more house here, but is still open to the south, even with the house. And Palisade going up still. Licks, will it be in time? Can pull a farmer and wall. Do a quick market. Ooh, MBL has fletching now. He missed an opportunity. Ooh, had he kept going, he could have gotten in before the wall went up. Licks is lucky. MBL turned around right there. MBL maybe just waiting for fletching. So Licks could have gotten a couple of skirms out, but that would have been rough for Licks. It feels like he's still at least okay on water. He can take a shorefish. MBL more hulks, but that's maybe an overinvestment. As Licks seems to have a much larger land military. MBL 8 archers, but not really able to do much with them. 4 forward could maybe harass over the wood line now. Civils on the wood line getting hit by the archers. And really, maybe worry about breaking through here. MBL putting more farms. I guess that tower protects this area too. That's a really nice tower from MBL. Gold and wood. And also some of the farms. It's like, was he over-investing a lot on this map? Yep, it's really tricky to figure out just how much you need. Here, MBL cleaning the fishing ships finally. I can go for the dock. If he wants to, he can hide inside the minimum range. That does put him at risk of demos, but let's be honest, demos are kind of sad these days on this map. There is the market. So market from Licks, he'll be able to buy himself up. He's actually much farther ahead to clicking up than MBL is. MBL with more res collected, but maybe this does represent the overinvestment now. 5 hulks to clear the dock on the water, and Licks has been down in the south grabbing those shorefish with a mill, trolling with the men-at-arms, and he's up to the castle age. Only had to buy 200 food. That's not even the worst usage of the market. Still might like to see him finish walling up down here. Looking at the scouting, he sees the wood there, so he has a nice and easy wall. His army is fighting in the middle. Looks like Licks will take the fight and win the fight. Win that fight easily. MVL's still a good-sized army, and Licks will need to wait until the castle age, try to get crossbowmen. This is maybe a worry for Licks. MVL can hit the armies as they group up. And one villa goes down. MBL up, but a minute behind. And double ranges for MBL. So now you get to the point where maybe Licks could consider going Japanese cav archers with double ranges. Maybe he opens pure crossbow though. But MBL will probably go crossbow. And it gets a bit awkward for the Maulians if they need to make that castle age to imp transition without bracer. No bracer for them. Well, that'd be an overchop. That'd be interesting by the tower if the crossbows would consider going in. But no ballistics for them. University going up those straight away for Licks, so he does want ballistics. Another advantage of the Maulians, that universities work 80% faster, so they get a good ballistics timing. And you'll see, yeah, we'll see that university placed right away for MBL, right under the TC to keep the Ville safe too. Not gonna risk a late ballistics. He's also going elite skirm. No question there about elite skirm from MBL. A late game save advantage here. Catapulto is nice. It is nice, but then also the Maulians do have bombard cannon as an option. Japanese do have siege engineers, Catapulto trebs. Both of them pretty good monk civs. Converting cannon with monks certainly is an option for the Japanese. And there's that ballistics for MBL. Nice and quick. That's just over 30 seconds. That's a fast ballistics. And Town Watch for Licks. Town Watch on the way. He's adding a TC. And men-at-arms all go down. Skirms pick off the crossbows, and then a wheelbarrow on the way for Licks. And this is another garrison the fishing ship moment. Garrison the fishing ships moment. If MBL pays attention, which he's not, and that's one 2 dead fishing ships, and maybe even a dead Hulk, because archer units are good against the low pierce armored Hulks. That Hulk just goes right down. And so Palisade deleted. And skirms give chase. Let's see, what is this Discord ping? Dude, I should have received an email then. So crossbows go down for the licks. It'll count 54 to 53. MBL with the water, but only 2 fishing ships. And those fish will start becoming very inefficient. This is the fish he was originally trushed off of by that dock. And 3rd TC for licks, so 3 to 2 TCs. Some skirms over here for MBL going down. And both players with elite skirms. Skirm picked off. Oh, that's a lot of skirms, and 3 mangonels for MBL. Mangonel's taking down the tower. And the tower finally will be clean, so MBL will get himself another wood line. He'll do his 3rd TC, but 2 TCs to 3, even just for a little while, gives Lix a good Vil lead. Guard tower, let's go guard tower to defend from the skirms. Alright, guard tower for Lix. We've been seeing guard tower so much more recently. I feel like ever since we had Koreans in Red Bull, players have been realizing, hey, guard towers are really good. Or mangonels, though. As long as there are some repairs, they should be able to take a guard tower with that many mangonels. Mangonel's taking out the range. As we got armor for MBL, 2nd armor for the skirms. He's a ram, too. Okay, ram push. Ram push in a workshop for Lix. Stone binding for Lix, too. Skirm's looking forward, another house goes up. One palisade is the thing I'm going to keep looking out on the mini-map, where I keep seeing blue there. Right, skirms attacking Vils. And, oh, okay, decent mangonel shot on the skirms. They survive, though. They survive. This will be some insane mangonel defense from Lix. He gets 2 mangonels. Okay, there he goes with a push from MBL continuing. He has a nice hill now. Nice hill where he can stand. He's taking down 1 guard tower, and he's making a beeline for the TC. Denies another guard tower. Lix still with the Vil lead, but starting to fall apart a bit. 35 to 8 military. A few skirms in the back, but that's not applying nearly the pressure that MBL is to him. All his forward siege is maybe where you see the elo difference. 25-24 to 27-97. Oh, what is that? MBL's Mangonel micro failing him there. That's not something you see all that often. But not paying attention for just a moment. Lix clears 2 of them. And now pushes the Rams back. Pushes them back. And Heavy Plow, Bowsaw both clicked for MBL. Skirm goes down. And, ooh, Mangonel shot just missed there. Dance moves from MBL Skirms. Almost taking out the Mangonel, but the Repairvilles get there. The Skirms will tank a shot. Maybe go for the Repairvilles if they can. Trying to dodge the remaining Mangonel shots. And ooh, crossbows go down. And okay, the Mangonel down for Lix, but Lix is getting a castle up. 91 to 90 Vills. This is still really close on Vill counts. Maybe this does go into late game. Does a Civ have an advantage in the late game? Res collected still pretty close too. And Lix, well, I think he did manage to clean a lot with only 1 Mangonel. So MBL going forward. That is a castle, but I don't think he'll win the Imp race to Trebs, though. And remember, Mulligan's still with that awkward Imp transition with no Bracer. Oh, the castle even hitting some of the Vills. That castle won't go up. The defensive Mangonel from Lix, too. He's ready to stop that. If he wins that Mangonel fight, then he can stop the castle. And MBL's going to have to think twice about that location and put it farther back towards the middle of the map. Another castle from Lix. MBL sees this as Lix clicks up to Imp. And since he clicks, he'll drop in score. If MBL notices that, he'll be clued in as to what Lix is up to. He's now selling some wood at the market to go up himself. There's a samurai from Lix. An Imperial Age on the way for MBL. Samurai has to dodge the Mangonel shot. And forging also for Lix. And MBL doing his own defensive castle now. And so this will be double castle trip reduction from Lix, but remember, Mulligan's, with that faster working university, can get to chemistry quickly. And that means getting some cannon out rather fast. Stable also for MBL. And adding in a knight, maybe he wants to go for Imba Cavaliers. Good control of the southern part of the map too. That'd be true, but Lix has been there. Lix has been there with the clandestine economy. Here comes one Gebetto warrior from MBL though. She'll scout this and start slaughtering the Vills. Oh man, look at her go. Look at her go. Oh, here comes a knight too to help out. Make sure no more stone for Lix. But yeah, you are right about this southern area of the map. Control that and you control a ton of extra gold and stone spots. Chemistry bracer, chainmail armor for Lix. And oh, okay, he wants to go forward for a castle. Does that actually happen with the Gebettos? He only has 2 Vills there. He needs more Vills. Wait, he actually really needs more Vills. The Rams could get to the castle before it has enough HP if they can path properly. Nilly doing whatever he can to keep that castle alive. Vills going down. MBL will take a Vill lead. I don't think MBL stops this. Oh, those Rams are annoying. Things would go down. At the top, a lot of skirms from MBL taking a nice fight. Catching a Treb out of position from Lix. Maybe wanted to Treb the castle, but right-clicked underneath it instead. That workshop and the Ram still doing work for MBL. But Lix now pulling ahead and res collected, taking the middle of the map and trebbing down MBL's forward castle. Armor on the way for Lix, and I think this is looking good for the Lix. Well, unless Malians might be just somehow late game winning the Civ matchup. Lix has all the momentum on his side. Maybe he is down by 20 pop, but a lot of that is inefficient fishing economy at this point. Treb's going for the castle. And Scribby, thank you so much for using your Prime sub.
Hushlock is our guest. It would be most rude for us to send him away.
I think Malian should win this unless Japanese make CA. Oh, why don't they just make CA then? Oh man, there's so much siege out now. So much siege. Cannon Treb for MBL. 4 Trebs for Lix. Taking down this castle. MBL trying to repair. He's got 2 Trebs underneath it. Nothing immediate to snipe them off in terms of melee units other than a few samurai. Maybe those samurais will be enough. This castle for Lix, the forward castle getting trebbed. Lix now taking the gold in the north, but MBL with a Hulk will not have much range inland, only 1 range, but will attack a mining camp. Samurai is taking out the Trebs, and with the Trebs going down, this castle actually, will it stand? Only 1 Treb left. The castle's on a hill. There are enough repair-villes, so it should be okay. And these Trebs from Lix, they not yet have Catapulto.
I hope you really
a lot of volleys onto those Trebs from MBL. Oh, and Jacob, thank you so much. Going for Attila. Thank you. Machine gun Trebs with Catapuruto. There we go. There's Catapuruto. And now 2K score lead. Joan of Arc, that's good too. That is good too. There's a GG from MBL, and Lix will do it. So Lix removes MBL from playoff contention at least. So at the very least, TaToH is safe. That's 134 to 123 KD for Lix. Eco. Better slightly for Lix. And well done. Well done. MBL never took a good fight. Yeah, never really did. Never really did. Okay, let me check. Wait. Add timer is... So for high tides, that is a win for Lix. Win for Lix. And for civs, that is the Japanese over the Malians. Now MBL picks the next map. He can pick from Reverse Acropolis or African River. And let's see what we have. Looks like it will be Reverse Acropolis. Suppose don't rate Lix that high outside of team games. Well, MBL still needs to get 1 win in 2 games to avoid being eliminated. Or relegated, to avoid being relegated. Let's see if I can get my overlay set up. This will be Reverse Acropolis. Oh, they swapped colors? They swapped colors. Alright, chat, what would you prefer? Licks in the red now and MBL in blue, or continue from the previous game where it's Licks in blue and MBL in red? I think we continue from the previous game. Although in my mind, when these two players play, Licks should be red. I'll swap them though. Licks should be red. Yeah. Oh, need to swap my scoreboard. Don't want the inconsistency though in between games. So I should have swapped them for the first game. I should have swapped them for the first game, despite the colors they picked. Anyway, we'll keep it consistent. MBL will be the Chinese. He'll be in the red color to the southwest. This will be his home map pick of a reverse Acropolis. And Licks will be playing as the Vietnamese. He'll be the blue player to the northeast. And no fish on this map. We removed those from Acropolis from last season. MBL blue. You want MBL blue? It would make so much more sense in my mind to have MBL in blue and Licks in red. 2 coffees, please. Okay, we get Licks red. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Licks red, MBL blue. This'll make more sense for me. Alright. So Licks in the red now, properly. So MBL the blue Chinese to the southwest, Licks the red Vietnamese to the northeast. You convinced me, chat. You convinced me. That rock on the hill looks dangerous. Licks should put up some caution signs. What rock? Or MBL should put up this one here. MBL should put some caution signs up there. And watch for rolling rocks. Yeah, I'm already confusing Ranger Alpha. He'll be sending OSHA violations to the wrong player because I swapped the colors. There's a house for Licks. At the very front, so I might look to wall off in front of those wood lines. Going for the lumber camp at the bottom of the hill. Boar will be lured in for MBL. Some villas going out to the berries now for MBL. And so far, both players at the bottom. No one taking an early lumber camp at the top. Woodlands at the top are fairly fixed in their locations, so it could be possible to take them. Like the Vietnamese. How do you like the Fire Lancers? Extra HP for the Vietnamese versus movement speed for the Chinese. So barracks for Licks. We'll shoot the deer. All right, done with my coffee. Or not. There's a tiny bit of coffee left. I'll sip that in a moment. Loom for Licks. Coffee. Yeah, 2 coffees, please. I'm going to get a second coffee later. Yeah, definitely going to need that second coffee before casting the third set. Yeah, 9 whole games in total. So deer taken by the villas by the TC. And Feudal Age for MBL. Also, on this map, I added the flowers under the TC. That's a throwback. This map originally was made by a scripter the person who made the user patch. And they had added flowers under the TC. Or not this map in particular, normal Acropolis. So whenever I make my own Acropolis version, I add the flowers. Seeing the Chinese not red is strange too. Oh my, you're right. Players have colors. Civs have colors. I'm used to the Chinese having all different colors though from Into China. I'm used to them being blue, red, green, yellow, and cyan. The wall being green. So Militia from Lix, once more, wants to go for the Men-at-Arms. Rush. It'll be up to Feudal with 3 Militia and a Forward Vil, so pretty much the same Feudal Age army opening he went for last game. MBL gonna go for a big deer push there. Hit to YouTube, thanks for streaming there too. Well, thanks for watching the YouTube stream. I hope people like having the options. I need to make some actual YouTube videos. And Men-at-Arms pushing through that wall. No arson yet, but it will be a forward range. Okay, Lick's going for the forward. I like that forward range along with the Men-at-Arms. MBL opening scouts. So he'll try to wall, go for scouts, and then we'll see how quickly does he add in skirms versus farms. If you want to pump out a lot of scouts, you need farms. If you want to get skirms out, you need the range, and you're competing for wood. With how small and scraggly your wood lines are, it can be difficult to afford everything you want. There's no armor, he brings Vils to the scout war. Lix has no armor, he lames the forward deer. Lames the deer. Walls for MBL, he'll need to make sure the Men-at-Arms do not get into his next wood line. That's 1 lumber camp eliminated. Or eliminated from usefulness. And the forward Vil will be picked off. Nice patience from MBL to watch Lix's army go into his base and then pick off the Vil from behind with the scouts. Nicely done. Saw that the Vil was on the rock terrain too, so no Alcatrazing or quick walling to save the Vil on top of that rock. Known for laming. That without honor line was totally written by someone who watched a ton of Worf writing on TNG. So scouts here, they can jump whenever they want. What they really want to do is make sure they separate the range from the rest of the army so that reinforcements can't group up. And make sure that they'd be able to jump a group of reinforcements. And if Lix does want to group the army up, then he has to fall back to the range first, which he's doing right here. And so this lumber camp just about finished for Lix. Both players staying at the bottom so far. No one moving out for top eco. Since MBL has scouts, he has the mobility to come forward. But that won't be able to do too much damage other than forcing Lix to stay down here. There's a mining camp for MBL. Ooh, he deletes it though. Deletes it. Imagine that, your Men-at-Arms, if they could push the rocks down the hill. Cause a landslide and damage the units at the bottom. That could be cool. One day I'll need to finish my... That's reminding me of Lego Rock Raiders, where the landslides could occur. One day I'll need to finish my playthrough of Manic Miners. Okay, scouts from atop the hill still don't want to fight against the men-at-arms. Wheelbarrow for licks. And 600 res collected ahead is MBL. So all in all, he's defended quite well. Doesn't have a huge eco lead as the Chinese, but is up by 4 vills now. I guess 4 vills, 3 of which is accounted for by Wheelbarrow. Doesn't have Wheelbarrow himself. Or I guess not 3 of them, because it's faster for the Vietnamese. Okay, but finally we're going to have the jump. We're going to have the jump. Scouts for MBL. Does he have the right composition here? He's focusing the archers with the skirms as best he can. He'll lose a few scouts, but clean everything. And Big Basil, thank you so much for the sub for 1 whole year.
It's Genghis Khan.
Thank you.
We must flee.
There's a lot of dead scouts. Was that worth it? Was it worth it for MBL to lose all those scouts? That's a big investment of food into the scouts, but he's up by good Vil population now. Ready to move forward. 0 military for Lix. And, well, since Lix's range is forward, he's going to need to make a military building at home should he want more army. So Lix clicks up to the castle age. Doing a stable. Part of me thinks he could stay on his way up, do a second barracks, and then go Fire Lancer. And MBL will stonewall the range. Alright, so quick little tip chat. If you're going for stone walls, or just palisade walls, you don't actually need to wall the corner bits. You can leave those unwalled. If you're going for anything that's not a wall, a gate, houses, buildings, just resources such as trees or gold mines, then you do need to include the corners. The game is very special. There's a special case that you cannot ungarrison diagonally over 2 consecutive wall pieces. But if it's a wall and something that's not a wall, or 2 things that are not a wall, you can hop over. For this MBL, actually could save 4 tiles of walling. Is there a hole somewhere there? Why is that wall looking like that? Something feels off here. It should be 3 tiles. I guess 5 total tiles, or there's a gap there somehow. Maybe he just didn't wall that side, but then there's extra ones here. What is going on? There's an extra wall tile here somewhere. It's 15, but if you do 1, 2, 3, 4, you would have 16 total. Is this just something weird on the hill and he's missing a tile? He's got to be missing 1 tile of wall there. Maybe he walled and the deer was in the way. Yeah, that might explain it. Anyway, bloodlines for MBL. He's up to the castle age. Lix is sending another Vil forward. Double barracks, so it will be Fire Lancers along with a stable. Although Lix has an opening in his wall. Hello, MBL can get in, but get right back out as the scout has merely 4 HP. Or hello, what is that? Scout is looping around everywhere. If Lix notices, that scout will be killed. Lix is micing at the front though. Maybe Lix knows to check and knows not to assume what's walled. I mean, it's pretty clearly not walled if you just look at it. But maybe you could think of that it's a hill problem. So Lix goes for a TC, trying for the clandestine economy on the side. Unfortunately for him, not much gold. Most of the gold and stone spawned to the northwest of the map rather than the southeast. Maybe out here could have even been a better TC location for him. Taking the gold and the wood there, or the wood and the stone. But he will have a gold out there if he sees it, which he doesn't right now. All those walls in the range is still open. MBL, daring of him, going for the TC in the middle, but then deleting it. And he has the Chinese will be on Cav Archers. Alright, Chinese Cav Archers against the Fire Lancers. The Fire Lancers are scary, but maybe not as scary as the Chinese Eco, and MBL could always do his own Fire Lancers if he wanted to. Why these things get extra HP and become even more scary, I don't know. Well, I'll never understand the and Fire Lancer bonuses, but Vietnamese certainly get probably the most powerful one. The Koreans, at least, are not an and Fire Lancer bonus, even though theirs might be the strongest. Actually, kind of makes sense that theirs applies. Had the good old waiting for players. Ever since I updated my modem, occasionally I get that waiting for players, which is maybe just my internet's so good that I'm receiving the game faster than it's actually played. Which would be silly, because my internet is still horrible. But there we go. Husbandry for MBL. Making those cav archers faster. Minganell is in a weird spot. No melee cav to pick it off, but it's not defended by anything. Scarum's grouping up on the wood line. Fire Lancer's so strong they're lagging the game? Maybe. Would make sense if they had hiccups. I never saw this in the past, though. I don't know of anyone else who has the issue. I have no idea what it is. Alien screenshotted it once and messaged me about it, and I was like, I don't know. I wish I knew. Because I have no idea if it's a me issue or something on my end, or if it's a game issue. But anyway, third TC for MBL. Lix already has 3, 2 in the south, 1 atop the hill. He's doing handcart, taking advantage of that nice Vietnamese eco bonus for the cheaper and faster researching eco upgrades. 2 bonuses there, no wood and faster. Or yeah, it could just be capture age, not hiding it. But I still haven't seen it with anyone else. And I don't think I see it when casting Rex, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's because I took my VRAM slider and turned that all the way down to the left to try to mitigate the VRAM issues I was having. And maybe it's simply, maybe you're right about the buffering, that like somehow it was storing something in VRAM that it doesn't have the room to do anymore. Those Skirms got massacred by that Minganell shot and Fire Lancer volley. Town watch for Lix. And elite skirm for Lix too. There's a TC up at the front of the hill for Lix, so he'll go for his 4th TC. He's still down by 1k score. It doesn't feel all that horrible, but he doesn't quite have a great way of fighting the cav archers now that the scorpions are lost. I'll have to use that TC and rely on it for defense, but that is just inviting a castle drop for MBL. 241 stone. There's a nice TC in the corner himself. And padded archer armor for Lix. Fire Lancers attacking the rocket carts. Carts go down, but so do the Fire Lancers. And we'll have Bodkin arrow for Lix. Still booming on 4 TCs, trying to add in more ranges. Maybe needing to go elite skirm against the cav archers now. Forward workshop for MBL. He's got 7 vills on stone. As I said, that is just inviting a castle drop. Lix may be recognizing that and doing his own castle preemptively. Getting ahead of the castle drop in that vulnerable area. It's a nice decision making from him. Right by the TC, so the cav archers can't really stop it. Monk on the other side will be healing up some of the CA. A couple of monks will heal up all the CA. And up. Oh, there we go. MBL, eventually he realized it wasn't wall. Was that palisade there the entire time? Oh, maybe he just, like, ran out of stone and walled with a palisade at the start and we couldn't see it behind the range. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe this was walled the entire time. Ah, that would explain it. I don't know, maybe he realized it was open and walled it later? We just couldn't see that because I was double-clicking the wall, obviously, but not the palisade. Playing like a GL player would. Oh, GL doesn't have players anymore. Here's a university. And ooh, Vil taken down by the rocket cart. And 90-second difference to Imp. Is this open? Is this open? I cannot tell. I really missed the old user patch hover around with the wall segment to check for holes feature. That was lovely. Hey, rocket cart hits the Vil. And another castle for MBL, who has a great advantage in imp timing. Res Collected are still really close. And late game, I think I do prefer the Vietnamese. Imp Skirm plus Fire Lancer is a hard combo to stop, especially with Cannon. Bombard Cannon should still be really nice against the Chinese. But the timing advantage is here for MBL, getting the Trebs out, and able to start trebbing Lix's eco. And as I said, with most of the golds and stones happening to spawn on the northwest of the map, fewer res in the southeast for Lix to take. I see 0 drop frames on my end, so that might have been a Twitch issue there. No one on YouTube said anything, so it's probably just a Twitch brief mini F on somewhere between Twitch and you. And so press F5 to pay respects. Keeps booting out of people's streams. Well, that's why we have the YouTube option. Have just pick off the Vils. Trebs attacking the castle. Gigify and emote. What is that? Can't do that on YouTube? I don't know what you can do on YouTube, even. You can spam the heart button on YouTube. I don't know if that does anything. You can like the video. Or like the stream. It'll help it in the algorithm. Promoted more. Presumably. Okay, Squires and Ballistics both on the way for MBL. That castle will crumble. The TC goes down. Maybe you can hype a video now, that's a thing. Crab's going for the blacksmith in the house as the Vils head outside. That is a mining camp for Lix. pretty far away from the gold. And Elite Fire Lancer. So 2k score difference, but he's getting Elite Fire Lancer. And Elite Fire Lancer is the type of unit that can turn games around if he gets under the castle and snipes off the trebs. Fire Lancer for MBL, but I don't know if faster moving will make up for all the extra HP that these things will have. So that's 85 HP for MBL, and it'll go from 78 to over 100. Oh! Wait, whatever barracks was researching Elite Fire Lancer just got sniped off by the trebs. Oh, Lix doesn't have Elite Fire Lancer, he only has normal Fire Lancer now. Oh no, he needs to put it in another barracks. He's running out of barracks. He's running out of barracks. Here he has two-man slaw for Lix. Ooh. Reb snipes that cannon. Goes down. Shot misses the cannon. Okay, one big fight with normal Fire Lancers versus Elite, and that is not going to be a good fight for Lix. Lix is going to lose all of his siege. Even with the Imp skirms there, everything will die for Lix. If he had Elite Fire Lancer, maybe that fight could be slightly different, but he will go down, and that means MBL does what he needs to do, gets one win, he avoids relegation. Lix with the win, though, means MBL has no chance of making the playoffs. But he avoids relegation. So Lix will be relegated then. Unfortunate for Lix, needed the sweep, wasn't able to get it. 73 to 46 KD for MBL, winning Chinese against Vietnamese on Reverse Acropolis. Great snipe of that Elite Fire Lancer upgrade, too. Alright, so for the maps, that is a win on Reverse Acropolis. African River will be the final map. And for Civs, it's a win for the Chinese and a loss for the Vietnamese. And there's no chance we see a champion rush on African River, is there? Not after the nerfs. It will indeed be African River. I try to get the very last sip of coffee out of my coffee. And there we go. It'll be Burgundians, Dravidians. Okay. Burgundians, Dravidians. Interesting. So Burgundians will be for Flemish militia in the feudal age. Dravidians will be more of your standard hybrid map civ. We'll have that men-at-arms plus boat combination. And coming up next will be Barles Liereyy, where Liereyy will be attempting to be the first player to go undefeated throughout TTL. 12 points so far, Barles though with 9 points. If he manages to get a sweep against Liereyy, he actually will finish first in the division. Louis been playing very well so far. And here we go. Have everything set up on the overlay, yes. So here we have MBL as the Blue Burgundians to the west, and Lix as the Red Dravidians to the east. African River is the map. A map where there can be a lot of Vil fighting. If there's one thing Lix likes doing, it's Vil fighting. This game, no implications for the standings, but they do get prize money if they win. And this game is, of course, live, so they do know what's going on right now in the standings. The final set today, TaToH repard will be played as Rex. So they might not know the implications of everything at this point, or at the point they played. And Arrow One Kenobi, thank you so much for using your
where are you going with that great army?
Thank you very much. So I hope you all have also enjoyed all the maps this season. I think we had a really good map pool. I feel that at the end, though, of like 2 months of casting the same maps, no matter how many maps we have, it's going to get a bit repetitive. But I think we had a very good variety. I think we saw maybe a bit too much high tides. Other than that, I like some of the concepts. Reverse Acropolis turned out to be a pretty good map. I was a bit nervous about that one when we first did it. But it actually turned out to be a map I like quite a bit. As far as open maps are concerned. And Vils take the ostrich. And that'll be a Vil chopping a tree out there for MBL. Ostrich getting pushed into the TC. And docking now. Lix going for a dock on the outside. I'll have also a dock for MBL opposite ponds. So 4 ponds around the outside of the map, covered with shallows, and there are 6 deep fish in each of those ponds. Here's double bit axe for MBL. Ostrich will get in under the TC. And, well, I'm honestly kind of surprised to see Lix play the map and not go for an aggressive villager fight. I guess that's more of a team game thing for him, but usually he's doing everything he can to Vil fight and make the game messy. I say usually, though, but I'm usually watching him playing 2v2s or with Yo or some type of larger team game. It's always that flank causing chaos. That's why I thought he would have wanted to do something like that on African River. It's a map where chaos matters.
Hey.
Let's pick off the ostrich. And there is Loom for MBL, Loom for Lix. And they'll both be up at about the same time. MBL, as the Burgundians, did do double bit axe. And as long as you're up at a competitive time, you're feeling pretty good with as the Burgundians if you've had double bit axe for a while. MBL doing an extra Vil, though. That's the downside of doing double bit axe. That's 100 food you're spending. Or not quite 100. It is discounted, right? Minus 33%. So 67 food you're spending in the Dark Age. Let's slow down your uptiming, and we'll see MBL avail behind Licks and going up. Tiny bit of idle TC time for both of them. Even with all the hunt, it can be hard to get your uptimings as perfect as you want on this map sometimes. And we'll have a mining camp for Licks. Bills take the zebra out by the TC. And oh, look at this wall. Look at this wall from Licks going over to the acacia trees on the side. Pretty big wall for him. And now we have to spot the forward dock. This is the type of map where Licks, you're expecting him to go forward for a dock. I'll always see Licks setting a Vil forward. I'm reminded of when we had El Dorado in a tournament in the past. I forget if it was TTL or Hidden Cup, but Licks going for that forward dock is something you'd see every single time from him. How he likes to play, causing chaos, but maybe in the water balance might be a bit different. So far, this doesn't really feel too much like a Licks game. Just the standard men-at-arms opening. No forward Vil this time. MBL sending his Vil forward, maybe wants a dock on the next pond. Licks trying to get a Vil kill with his scout, maybe stop the walling a bit. But the men-at-arms are not going to get there in time. And Dravidians do have access to Arson. So we could do Arson to try to break through. There's a diagonal gate from MBL. What was just there? I saw some blue that appeared and disappeared. I don't know what that was. But anyway, it'll be Flemish Militia now. Militia for MBL. And he's just trying to keep the men-at-arms away long enough that he can get the Militia to fight them. He himself has 5 fishing ships. Didn't have any dock upgrades, right? I don't even know where the dock upgrades are displayed now. Yeah, I didn't have them. You can do them in the Dark Age now, right? It's fishing lines, then gill nets, if I recall. Or is it the opposite, gill nets, then fishing lines? Yeah, I guess gill nets first, and you can do that. I think in the Dark Age, because it's available in Feudal now. Maybe 1 age earlier. And there go the Flemish Militia, cleaning the men-at-arms. As Fletching will be on the way for Licks. Both ranges are there for him. Bowsaw for MBL. There it is. There's fishing lines. Oh, okay, fishing lines is the feudal tech then. I guess capture rate shows the last one. Okay, so it's fishing lines, then gill nets. There's fishing lines for Licks. Both of them make your fishing ships more efficient. Maybe what we needed was like that, if you remember from AoE 1, you upgraded from fishing boat to fishing ship and had different graphics. That could have been a cool change. You had different graphics for the fishing ships as you upgrade them. Anyway, Hulks are being trained for MBL. Could go forward and harass Licks' fish, but of course Licks can always garrison. So much harder to be aggressive on water and push fish these days. Militias go down as the archers chase them. Another archery range for MBL. Another dock for Licks too. So 5 fishing ships in the dock. Licks adding more hulks, some militia coming down here. And maybe Licks can get some damage on the gold. So far so good for MBL. Licks doing another dock in the top corner. MBL's will have to run off of the gold mine. Does it now make sense to have your initial fishing ships fish a bit away from the dock so that when the opposition shows up, you can garrison and fish close to the dock and garrison more effectively? It might. There's probably an argument to be made for that. I think one of the problems with that, though, is on water maps, usually the uptiming is so important that having the closer fish to click up faster matters a bit more. But I certainly think there could be arguments made for fishing farther away than going closer. Maybe on a map where you're not planning on fighting for water and planning on maybe a fast castle where you're going for a slower uptiming anyway, then it would be worth it. I think that definitely falls in the it depends territory of what the strategy is. Hello, Red Cliffy. How you doing? So, Castle Age first for MBL, then for Lex. MBL has a good timing advantage. No one docking the middle. Every so often, players get the bright idea to dock the middle. And I do like that, because War Galley destroys TCs pretty quickly. But it'll be stone for Lex. Ooh, stone for Lex. Maybe he could go for Castle then. Is this the first set? Yep, this is the first set. We'll have 3 sets today. And the third set, I'm going to be co-casting with T90. So we'll cast all 3 of them. Of the Castle Age Cavaliers. We do see them occasionally. Part of me feels that they're more a team game thing, though. Castle Age Cavaliers than a 1v1 thing. Oh, there's that brief waiting for players thing again. So, Hulk's here for licks. Fighting the skirms, getting a skirm kill, but that's not much damage to fish. Two mansaw, medium warships, and padded archer armor on the way for MBL.
சரி உங்கள் சித்தம்
That's a second TC for MBL, third TC for MBL, and a lion chasing the skirms. Oh no, the skirm was fighting the lion, and now will be idled atop the TC foundation. Oh, disaster, absolute disaster. I feel this is DE specific, and with units not moving off in time. At the same time, MBL getting in through the hole at the back of the wood line with his Flemish militia. Not going to do too much damage under the tower, though. Might get a Vil. Well, that's a lot of militia dead for 1 Vil. Hello. Hello. I can say the word hello properly. Hello, Ganugagap. How you doing? Some medium warships at the dock for licks. Medium warships, of which he has 2 hulks to turn into war hulks. Maybe fishing ships need to hop in the dock again. Elite skirm for MBL, no surprise to see that. No surprise at all. Because Lix is trying to raid with crossbows. 1 war galley out. MBL could lose a Vil or 2. There's 1 that goes down. There's medium warships. And that's a lot of Vils running everywhere for MBL's elite skirm finally comes in. Second TC just now going up for Lix as his crossbows keep pushing in, trying to idle one of MBL's TCs. There's a 1 Vil TC there in the south for Lix. Still in the inside area, not going to the outside. Forward Workshop will be applying pressure with the Mangonel. And the Vils here for MBL come to Vil fight. The other side. Ooh, Lix's military kind of trapped. MBL got a couple of quick walls, sacrificed Vils, but now quick walled Lix's crossbows in with the skirms. Skirms will take them down. Skirms get them all down. Nice quick walling from MBL. His turn for fishing lines. And oh, he's found some out of position Vils too. As long as he's patrolling. Which he's not. But he'll kill them nevertheless. So, okay, things looking worse and worse for Licks, I think. More Hulks for MBL2 destroying this dock. 6 out of 5. That is a wonderful stat. 6 out of 5.
Сори.
Okay, Mangonel Micro. Nice hit from MBL. Gets 1.5 Mangonels down. And the second hit, ooh, just barely misses. It does clear it, so 1 for 2, and that'll keep the TC alive. Keep the TC standing. We'll have a third TC in the right corner from Licks. The Lion trying to stop it, but that Vil has loomed. The Vil will win against the Lion. Stab that Lion. There, and Town Watch for Licks. Well, you can see MBL's attacking forces better with that. See his own demise coming from farther away. Has managed to force MBL off of his initial resources, but MBL just rotated around the map, found another TC, found some outside resources, and everything's looking okay for him. More Hulks there going down. And Licks will call the GG, so with that, he's realizing how far behind he is, doesn't really have an option left. MBL still in the base. So GG, and congrats to MBL. Not being relegated. Licks, unfortunately for him, will be. But MBL did not get the sweep he needed to still have a chance at the playoffs, but that still would have been unlikely. TaToH would have had to have been swept by repard. So 34-19 KD. Nicely done from MBL, managing to get the win on Licks' home map. And GG. So next will be Liereyy versus Barles. So let me just check off this final loss on African River and win with Burgundians over Dravidians. So congrats to MBL. Let me just update my title. We'll do Liereyy versus Barles and update everything here. My scoreboard too. And that'll be coming up next. So stay tuned. I'll be back in a bit. Gonna try to eat something in between the sets real quick. Grab a little lunch myself. And I'll be right back. Stay tuned for Liereyy Barles. I'll get the... Let's see. Do we have a draft already? Maybe we have a draft. Nope, don't have a draft yet, so I'll get that once it's up. So thank you for watching. I appreciate y'all watching over here, and I'll be back in a moment. Alright, so I still need to eat my lunch, but we have the drafts shared. And it looks like these will be recs, so I'll share the recs in a bit. Let me just get the draft set up on the scoreboard. And swap to that scene. There we go. Lovely. So Liereyy on the left, Barles on the right. I'm going to go eat my lunch, just getting the draft set up. Alright. Hello, hello. And let me see. Do we get a game yet? Game will start 1750 GMT. So I think that'll give me time. Let me just get an ad being played on Twitch. So I'll wait another minute or so before doing that. Nice tip on walling. Who would know that? Oh, wait. OBS chat didn't update right away. I had to type in it myself. Okay, maybe that's fine. Maybe I just scrolled accidentally myself. Anyway, let's see. Has Wikipedia been updated with the next set of standings? So we can look at those. Oh, we're waiting another 6 minutes for the rec. It has been updated. So this is the final two sets, simply determining the positioning of the playoffs. And also, Repard could finish ahead of Lix if he were to sweep TaToH. Unlikely, but could happen. You're still mad confused at how Viper made the top 3? Well, Viper has 9 wins, Mihai has 9 wins, and Vivi has 8 wins. And the setup is total wins are the determining factor ahead of sets. So he has 1 more win than Vivi. If only Vivi had gotten a sweep in the first set. Yeah, the table columns are weird. The columns really should be rearranged a bit differently, where the overall record doesn't really matter. Although you probably could eliminate the third column, move the second column first, and make that column bold. And the set wins are after that as a tiebreaker, and then head-to-head, but yeah. Has Liereyy Barles started? Nope, it has not. We're still waiting for them to post the recs. Another couple minutes for that. Also, chat, remind me, between games 2 and 3, I need to go run and start my coffee. And then I get my coffee between the sets. Just to make sure I can drink it by the time we start casting with T90. So hopefully the heat in the background isn't too much. I'm going to turn that off for the co-cast, so I need to turn it up slightly to warm the room before we co-cast. Still waiting for the noodles. Oh no. Not the noodles again. Oh yeah, let me just do the ad real quick. Now's probably the time. Finish eating my lunch if I can. All right, we have a game. We have a game. Grab this. Go listen to my Rex folder. And we should be good to go. How do we feel about colors? Is green versus purple visible? Is green versus purple visible? Yes. Waiting on the Lego Cobra car. I enjoyed the Lego Cobra car. All right, so here we go. It'll be Liereyy against Barles. Liereyy trying to be the first player in any TTL so far, and this is TTL 5, to go 15-0. So far he's 12-0, but Barles with 9 wins. He's 9-3, second in the group, and with a sweep of his own, actually finished first. Then you'll have the tiebreaker over Liereyy. This is Valley, and with all the hunt in the middle, players probably still won't go for it. Can we change color? Is green, purple not going to work? I like leaving players in the colors they pick. This is not going to work. Oh, I kind of like green versus purple. Louis probably going to change his color every game. I'm waiting to add black as a player color. There's the dark gray mod. Green barely visible. Do we have to do blue red? So what do we have here? Chinese for Liereyy. Didn't do any houses at the start because you don't need houses these days as the Chinese. Should we put them in... What colors do we do then? Do we do Liereyy in blue, Barles in red? We have to do boring colors. Teal cyan. Liereyy in blue, Barles in red then. But we can't do purple because purple clashes both with blue and with red. If we do purple, we can't do either of those. What we really need is just a Twitch extension where players can click, or individual viewers can click buttons and change the colors themselves. Then I can leave the players in their nice picked colors. And everyone can change the players to whatever they want themselves. Oh, that would be where technology needs to go. So wait, this is the version. There should be a panda somewhere. Let me try to find the panda. There it is. There it is. This is the panda rock. Oh, look at him go. Look at him go, creeping around the outside. Around the outside. This guy's napping. That guy's munching on his bamboo. That guy's like, are you gonna try to make that jump again? Ugh, waking me up from my nap. There he goes. He goes for it. Oh, he doesn't make it. Shocks this one. Good thing he woke up earlier. Now he's like, okay, time to go back to sleep. That guy didn't make it. Gonna climb over the back. And whoosh. Oh, there it goes. We need more pandas on maps. Yeah, so there are different themes to the map, different themes to it. This is the bamboo swampy theme. And early barracks for Barles. As the Chinese, Liereyy should have a great economy. That scout from Barles goes down. And 2 militia. So 2 militia. Must be a 3rd militia from Barles. If he's doing militia and not going to the middle, I mean, I don't know what else we can do to encourage players to go to the middle. With all the hunt we put there. Liereyy will push in 1 deer. Tried to open the map up a bit. Also, in terms of wood lines, Lierey's map, much more wallable at the front, but the drush gets in there. Kind of open to the back, though. Barles' map, the trade-off is he has super safe wood lines in the back, but maybe a bit harder to wall. He's taking that gold. Liereyy also has a crazy map over on the side that kind of got smushed up against the edge of the map. So that can happen sometimes. Looks like Liereyy did win the scout fight. Third militia on the way from Barles. He's trying to be annoying on this wood line. Get some HP down off of those vills. Liereyy taking the precaution to wall in the vills in the mining camp. And 3, 2, 1. Liereyy is up. 2 more militia forward. It's gone for... Barles going for quite an extended drush. Where will the scout go for Liereyy? Yeah, it doesn't run next to vills. We'll be scouting Barles' base. It was open, but walling to the TC. Honestly, it's a fairly easy wall for him if he wanted to wall over here or even just wall down there. Doesn't have to do much to stay safe. His militia losing some HP over time. Still fighting the vills by the lumber camp. There's more militia coming from the back. We'll have a house going up for Liereyy. Militia fighting that vill. And a couple of walls going up for Liereyy. We'll have the blacksmith. Oh, nice walling from Liereyy. Keeping those 4 militia into men-at-arms trapped here. And Jurchens do have access to arson. But Liereyy will get 1 archer out, and expect Lierey's archer micro to be perfect. Expect it to be absolutely perfect. As we'll have a range up for Barles, too. And that's horse collar for Liereyy. He already has double bit axe for Barles. And so far, so good as far as Lierey's ability to defend. And Barles with a range might have to open with a skirmisher now. Yep, skirmisher to deal with the archers. Low HP scout, so that shouldn't threaten the skirm too much. Spear forward for Liereyy. Just to get an extra unit out. No scout for Barles, though. Jurchens would have the faster attacking cav. He'll be going for a blacksmith. Has 4 farms of his own. And we'll get the scout. Liereyy missed microing the scout. When the second skirm pops out, then this army should be stopped. See what the micro's like. And nicely done from Barles there to hit the archers. The archers do a fletching, the skirms don't, so that's a pretty big difference.
准备就绪。什么？何种命令？准备就绪。
Here's the house and palisade wall. So we'll have horse collar for the Liereyy. Oh, also lots of willow trees. Lots of willow trees around the map. Trying to use all the assets. Little plants too. Also tried to put some of the more green, like colorful plants in the middle, and a bit of the darker plants around on the outside, particularly on top of the muddy areas. Where are the flying doggos? I didn't add Stormy the Dog to the map. You're right, Baron. I should. I'm using all the assets.
何种命令？喂，
Good old Stormy the Dog. Immortalized in AoE 2. More houses here for Barles.
准备就绪。什么？准备就绪。何种命令？准备就绪。
I have a wheelbarrow for Liereyy. Done pigs on the wing for the flying Gaia? I have no idea what that is, Mouse Puddles. So market for Barles, he's looking to wall up to the edge of the map. We'll have a safe wood. Gold's kind of exposed forward. Walled using his other gold. Liereyy will wall to the side. Well, if Liereyy finishes a wall over here, he'll have an Omega wall. But his extra res will all be outside and pretty far away. A wheelbarrow for Liereyy. This valley spawn is just awkward in all sorts of ways. Wheelbarrows actually matter since Liereyy has so many farms now. Yep, does have 18 farms, so that wheelbarrow will come in handy for him. A bit cheaper for the Chinese, of course, to do all their techs. So an early wheelbarrow can be just a bit nicer for them than for other civs. Lots of skirms amassed in that range for Liereyy. He's going full skirm. Full defensive skirm. And force Barles to attack. Maybe feeling like with the Chinese he has an eco advantage, so he doesn't need to feel forced to pressure Barles.
何种命令？
Barles up to the castle age though, and seeing how defensive Liereyy is, could be an opportunity for him not to add farms and instead just to go to the middle for all the
准备
hunt.
就绪。
How's Barles clicking up first? Not that much first, but the answer is he used the market. He used the market, did a lot of selling and buying, whereas Liereyy just clicked up without any market usage at all. He still has his 200 stone. Barles sold 100 of that, among some other resources.
什么？何种命令？
The market's the answer to everything.
准备就绪。
何种命令？
Now it's just eco snowballing. That's what I fear. That's what I fear. It'll be eco snowballing for Liereyy as the Chinese. And there is a stable for him.
何种命令？
什么？准备就绪。什么？何种命令？
We have a 30-second difference there in favor of Barles going up first. And I wonder if he'll try to do a forward workshop. Or maybe try to pressure Liereyy. He has quite a few skirms, but both players just doing
何
skirms.
种命令？
Orville's heading out to Stone, which makes me feel this is more of a boom. Kind of awkward and hilly there. But I could probably fit a TC over here. Or right there atop the hill. Atop the hill! Safe from mangonels. I like that. You don't see that too much nowadays. Another TC out by the gold, protecting a gold and a stone, knowing that his woods are a bit safer. Wouldn't mind seeing some walling over here to the edge of the map at some point, and then it'll be really safe. And hello to Bruce.
准备就绪，
Hope you're having a lovely day. We have another TC here for Liereyy. Only hills just block TC placement. Yeah, I try, when I do hills, I try to make them less kind of like bumpy than DE does, so that you can place your TCs atop them. Day 2 of a blizzard. Blizzard. Sounds cold. It's been really cold here, but hasn't been blizzarding for a short while. Now that we're in March, we're usually past the worst of the
准
snow.
备就绪，
But it can't snow here even in May.
什么？准备就绪，
June is where I usually start actually feeling warm. Maine is raining. I imagine that's what the UK will be when I visit. London, that's usually rainy.
何种命
So
令？
here comes Liereyy forward with some pressure. All those skirms he's been amassing finally going to be put to use. Barles will use that TC to defend, but now we see the Chinese eco doing Chinese eco things, up 11.5k to 10.2k resources collected.
准
And
备
out on
就
the
绪，
side, there's a militia in the middle of nowhere. And I'll have another TC for Barles in the back on the wood line. The Upper Peninsula is infamous for its lengthy winters. Barles, he does have the Vil lead somehow. See, he is wheelbarrow too, so that is just a legit Vil lead. That's because he was up first, so that market usage to get the better uptiming paid off for him in terms of having the better Vil count. Able to get the TCs added in sooner and boom sooner. So Liereyy being aggressive, let's go. Someone being aggressive on Valley. We're not just gonna have a full 30-minute, 40-minute boom into 2-hour game. We'll have some aggression from Liereyy.
什么？什么？
The only month without snow on record is August. We've had snow in July. It sounds
什么？喂，
uncomfortable. Bill down to the skirms and the knights. Liereyy getting a good raid, forcing a defensive workshop from Barles. It didn't stick around long, but still snow in July. Sounds weird. Oh, there's a rocket cart. There's a rocket cart.
准备就
Getting some skirms, only feudal skirms from Barles.
何种命令？准备就绪，
Ooh, feudal skirms. And Dark Age militia. Now that is an army from Barles, as Liereyy has tied the Vil count now. And well, it should pull ahead if the skirms can do some damage. Barles desperately trying for a tower, but a bit too late. Fourth TC, but maybe that's too much of an investment into a boom.
何种
As the army from Liereyy keeps running around, causing chaos. There's a volcanic eruption prior. Okay, that sounds like it would cause some weird weather patterns. And the cart goes down. Okay, Liereyy with the micro Barles. I think this might be over for Barles. Oh, well, he went to boom instead of investing into army. With the map he had, could have decided to be aggressive instead of just booming. Liereyy now with the Chinese economy, all of this pressure, the tower doesn't even go up for Barles. He's trying to do another guard tower on the other TC. Fire Lancers, now he's going Fire Lancers, maybe too little too late. Needed the Lancers sooner. That feels like he would have dealt with everything that Liereyy had done. Then Liereyy could do his own Lancers. It's faster movement speed. They move faster. Versus the faster attacking. Turchins being an and Fire Lancers bonus. Chinese also an and Fire Lancers. That's more Fire Lancers and.
什么？
什么？
And Fire Ship bonus. What is that Fire Ships? Move faster. Okay, so some overlap with the Berbers there. So rocket carts go down. Now more Vils dying on the tower. Now Liereyy has a huge villager lead. And yeah, Barles' map was bad, but he also could have played it differently. 3 TC boom was very greedy. So many rocket carts. It's got 5 of them now. That'll take out buildings quite readily. Here's that defensive guard tower. Finally, Barles gets it up. Fire Lancer goes down. Guard tower taking some rockets. Taking quite a few volleys of rockets. And the Repairvilles go down too. Oh, the Repairvilles getting massacred.
准备就绪，
Oh no, Barles. 92 to 70 now. One rocket cart down, but 5 still remain. Baron calling the GG. Maybe he overchopped his wood line. Maybe Barles could raid with his 1 Dark Age militia. Who knows, if Liereyy doesn't pay attention over the next 20 minutes, the militia could do some damage. Even rebuilding a lumber camp, leaving the hole there.
何种命令？
Or guard towers from Barles, who has to be hoping Liereyy is 1 TC all in and not booming, but he is booming behind this. Liereyy has a good boom behind this. Oh, poor Barles. So that'll be Imperial Age for Liereyy. And maybe the awkwardness of the map over here won't matter, as he'll go for a forward castle, a 1-ville castle. 1-ville's all you need. Yeah, Imp is cruel at this point.
何种命令？
Couple of Fire Lancers raiding. Barles needs to react with walls. And now this rocket cart in defense, not going to be able to stop a castle. There have to be one heck of a fight against 5 rocket carts to do that. There's the barracks, there's a Fire Lancer, so Liereyy will just do a Fire Lancer push now that he's Imp. And Barles probably calls GG when he sees the Imp. He's doing hand cart, but he's pretty far behind. Another Ville forward for Liereyy. He is all the Villes forward he wants to send. Yes, this is not someone rushing Imp. This is someone with a good eco behind it. And Castle Race. Oh, this does not look good for Barles with all those rocket carts. I don't think Barles gets the castle up.
什么？
This might be a GG before Imp. He deletes it. Doesn't have the stone for a second now. Let's use the market. There's a forward castle from Liereyy. Yeah, that's true. He couldn't go knights. He could go steppies, though.
什么？
Chuko News pushing forward. Red Cliffy calling the GG. So Imp in 3, 2, 1, 0. Castle 87% in climbing. 95, 99, 100. And there's Imp. Okay, Barles not giving up that easily. He will click Imp. He will go Imp. He'll at least try to go Imp before resigning. Alright, I like some fight in him. They do, I believe, have less Pierce armor. So maybe not as good against
准
skirms.
备就绪，
But still good at poking them from afar. Killing the skirms. It's a back castle for Barles. Desperate to try to hold on here. Knows he needs that sweep for first. But I think Barles should be happy to take a game. Make sure that Liereyy doesn't go undefeated.
什么？
TC is getting hit, going down. There is Imp, Imperial Age for Barles. He's getting raided. Raided by the Fire Lancers and the Skirms. And at least that's not the Imp TC, but there is GG from Barles. Liereyy will take the game. And secure himself first place. So GG. 42 to 32 KD for Liereyy. Barles still wants to pick up at least 1 win to ensure he finishes second in the group. Otherwise, TaToH could come from behind and still second with a sweep. Liereyy, oop, wrong scene. Lierey's still going for the sweep. Wanting to go undefeated. TTL, I'm sure. There's his win on Valley. And first pick Chinese with the Jurchens. Alright. Let me Do an ad and keep eating my lunch. Okay, let me just get the colors set up the same way as they were last game. It is Zimbabwe. Berbers against Spanish. Oh, thank you, Ringlord, for the sub.
Another glorious loss for France. I hope you really can turn the tide of this war, Jeanne of Arc.
Thank you. Missed your casting the last few weeks? Yeah, I was grinding on those Brazilian dynasty maps the past couple weeks. But now those are mostly done, so more time to cast TTL this week. And I'm gonna have a big grind casting the qualifier in April. So here we have Zimbabwe. Liereyy will be the blue Berbers, Barles the red Spanish, the faster moving Berber Vils for luring all the elephants and rhinos. Should be a nice bonus. Also camel archers to fight conquistadors. Composition where I feel that conquistadors win in small numbers. But when you get ballistics and all the upgrades, then the camel archers can win. But yeah, Spanish is very OP with their missionaries. You are correct about that. So, this is Zimbabwe, the closed map. Probably the one where Barles has the best shot at taking a win. So far, Liereyy 13-0. Barles needs one win to guarantee he finishes second. Liereyy playing for nothing but pride at this point to make sure he goes undefeated. It would have been really funny if someone played as the Franks. Sometimes the quotations are well timed. And that's people need to just sub and then hope that it's at an appropriate moment to get the right quote. Genitors. Oh, how did Genitors do against missionaries? That could be interesting, Genitors versus missionaries. Yep, they do get money for each game. Yes, they do get a prize payout for each game. I believe each game is $10 in silver, 20 in gold, 30 in platinum. So 2 Vils for Liereyy. He's going to try to lure 2 elephants at once. He does have Loom now. Scout for Barles attempting to block the Vil, but loses some HP there to Lierey's Scout. What's Liereyy doing down there? Is he still going to go for it? What's the Vil doing there? Barles running to the hill, trying to get a hill advantage. There's a lack of pierce armor. That's true. That's true. I don't think there's any special bonus, though, because I don't think they count as an archer unit. So nicely done from Liereyy. I don't think Liereyy is all that much of a Rage Force player for luring the elephants, but he'll get the job done. He'll get the job done. Phil should have enough HP 16 to get in. he takes a hit, it'll be uphill, he hopes. Or actually, it'll be inside the base, which I think he's fine with. Yeah, that looked like an uphill hit. Just needs to get to the TC, and does the house trick. And she'll get the elephant in nice and easily. Once, twice, thrice, and finishing with the vills. Nicely done from Liereyy. Nicely lured, and he's taking in two more. Barles, I think, would be the more experienced Rage Forest player for luring. But nice micro from Liereyy to snipe that scout. 3 HP left. Beautifully done from Liereyy, grabbing more elephants. Everything working out for him so far. Yeah, and the fast Berber vills are great. Oh, even opening the gate, letting them in at the right time. Speedy Berber vills definitely helping out Liereyy. Get the vill under the TC, kill the hunt, and have a wonderful amount of food. Yeah, Barles may be in trouble if he's losing all the food that easily. There are these feasts. That's what I call them, the feasts. I like that. He's feasting on all those animals. Liereyy is. He's going for more, yeah. Now, I have seen players get a ton of hunt on this map and still lose. Sometimes the Civ matchup's even more important than the hunt. So maybe Conquistadors actually can carry for Barles. Maybe Missionaries can carry. That'll still be a tough task for him. Missionaries, you could try to collect 6 relics. Will this be a 4th? Get the Rhino, Liereyy. Yes, he does get the Rhino. Takes all 4 of them. Oh no, this is not what Barles wants to see. He's even scouted this part of the map so we can see that in the Fog of War. All the animals lured by Liereyy. I'll go through the gate. Yeah, indeed, Liereyy will be first to castle. Well, he's 2 seconds faster, or I mean 2 seconds slower. The feudal, is that the same timing? It's hard for me to tell. They're that far on opposite sides of the screen. How does Liereyy even shoot all these animals? Let's get them all under the TC somehow. There's a mining camp for Liereyy.
Monday? Presta.
They'll head over to the lumber camp. That's a zoo, not a TC. Well, kind of a bad zoo if your animals are all dead. I don't think that'd get a very good rating if you were to play Zoo Tycoon. Or Planet Zoo. There's both players up to feudal. And we'll have a market for Barles, market and a blacksmith. Another market for Liereyy, market blacksmith for both of them. So both of them doing an FC build. Difference is Barles did not do loom. I mean, he saved not doing loom. That's got to count for something, right? Did Liereyy forget to go to gold? I think he's just going to sell stone. I think he'll just sell stone. I mean, he might even be able to sell food, but I think it's going to be selling stone for gold. Only one mining camp and did it on the stone. Although he will need gold should he want camel archers. Sell ivory from all the elephants. Hello, MF. How you doing? Are you still in LA? Enjoying presumably warm weather? And ooh, the scout gets in. Barles one hit away from dying.
Servidora?
And well, what is Barles gonna do? He's not on stone. So is this gonna be pure missionaries from Barles? That is a location for a house. Echo in Denmark playing AoE again. Oh, okay.
See?
Yeah, imagine if Liereyy were Mongols here,
Azul.
then he'd be happy. The house is where the lumberjacks live. I wanted to minimize their commute to work. There's loom for Barles. And a TC for Barles too. And okay, he's just gonna boom 2 TCs. Liereyy doing 1 TC on the outside. So 2 total TCs for Liereyy, 3 for Barles. And it's gonna be a boom game. Okay, okay. I enjoy seeing a cloud map where players boom. But Lierey's in a position where he can drop a castle whenever he wants. He has 6 vills on stone still. He's gonna go for a 3rd TC of his own though. Barles might be slightly ahead in constructing them, especially with the faster building Spanish building bonus. They have to indicate up here. They build the stuff faster. Barles buying food. And look at that food from Liereyy. Look at that food count. He's still taking the boar. He does not need to go buy food at the market at this point. He can just take the boar and be happy. And where are these 2 vills going? Where are they going for Liereyy? Where are they going? Out to TC up here somewhere? It doesn't have the wood for a TC, but now he does. Oh, he's going straight to the top. Straight to the top. Not going to let Barles get a spot for a higher castle. Straight to the top of the hill. So 4th TC, yes. He somehow scout that it's not a conquer rush, or is he confident to defend against them with a straight 3 TC boom? He is constantly scouting. He is constantly scouting. If he clicks that stone, he sees that there's no stone taken. So if he saw that and managed to click it, then he'd know there's no castle. There is the missionary from Barles. 6 relics on the map. Guess this TC should roughly defend one of them. Watching Berbers after a long time. Probably not one of the high picks, that's for sure. I like the relics being quite far from both players. Is a nice feature from the map. 1 in each corner. And then a total of 6 with 1 in the food area and 1 atop the mountain. Here's heavy plow for Liereyy. Ooh, heavy plow. And eco upgrades. Eco upgrades are nice for the Spanish because they get 20 gold for every tech they research, and that includes the eco upgrades. So do all of them and you get quite a bit of gold. Think we'll see supremacy here? I hope so. I don't know what situation leads to that from here, but maybe. Maybe we get a castle here and a castle here, and then supremacy sappers come in and all the vills rush that down. That would be sick.
Monday.
And then fervor for Barles. Supremacy is legit useful, as we have a scout walled in from Liereyy in those imp treb fights. As the missionary gets picked off by a scout, he sends some vills forward with supremacy, destroy trebs with them. So, slightly faster wheelbarrow from Liereyy. Barles doing another TC now, doing his 4th. So the vill counts are tied still. Barles actually 500 more res collected than Liereyy, despite not having all those elephants. So maybe he was onto something. Just ignore the elephants and boom without worrying about them. Maybe he was onto something.
Presto.
There's Town Watch for Liereyy.
Servidor.
And missionaries want conversions. They could swap targets. Try to find closer vills. Yeah, being on stone did cost him a bit of eco, but it will give him a castle drop. So there's a lovely castle drop. You wanted an outpost, Barles? That's a bit too late. Outpost from Liereyy spots the TC, tells him exactly where to drop the castle, even though I might have liked it over here. Or over here to hit both of them. That's good. Good enough. How far can it run? Quite far, I think.
See?
See, 1.26 now for Barles, and that's without husbandry? That's just with fervor.
Presto.
Yeah, both of the stable tech for Cav and the monastery tech for monk units apply to the speed of the missionaries. Same thing for bloodlines plus sanctity for health. Should Kaspa or conscription? Probably Trebs for the most part over either of them. Yeah, I guess the answer is always going to be it depends though.
Presta.
And now it's husbandry and fletching. He's trying to free the scout. We'll have to get through the wall to get to the woodline area, though. And here are the camel archers. Fletching for them, husbandry for them. They'll be getting upgrades. But we also will be thinking of imp. Everything is so close in terms of vill counts. Same for hand care. I know, res collected. They're ahead by 10 vills or so, though. But looking at imp res, they should get up at a similar time.
Monday?
No ballistics, so it will be hard for the camel archers to hit vills.
Monday?
Like camel archers, they're really niche. I think that they're a pretty strong unit, actually. I don't think they're too niche. Not too specialized as the anti-cav archer unit. They're just a good unit all around with some bonuses. There's Imperial Age now for Liereyy. And Imperial Age also for Barles. Okay, so Barles actually slightly ahead to Imp. Pikeman on the way for him. Pikeman on the way, and this TC will go down to this castle. This is also my reminder, chat. You have to remind me after this game that I need to go start some more coffee. As I can feel, I've been streaming 2.5 hours. I can feel I need more. This heat still dries my eyes out so much. Anyway, coffee. My vanilla donut between the games remind me of the coffee. So pikemen going to their deaths at the hands of the camel archers. Yeah, you're warming up. Okay. Warming up. Nice. I can approve of that. Imperial Age. What is Barles going to do when he's imp? I guess he can start the Treb fight and try to Treb from this angle. Doesn't necessarily have to be forward. But tricky now for him now that Liereyy has the hill.
See?
Third relic, though, for Barles. I guess focusing the relics. And we'll have Kaspa on the way for Liereyy. Berbers. Yep, Berbers do have a nice bombard cannon with siege engineers. Spanish have them without siege engineers, so one more range for the Berber cannon. Supremacy needed. Supremacy plus sappers rush the castle. We're having full halb production now. Maybe soon, I mean pikeman production. Probably see a halb upgrade soon. Another TC in the back. Okay, 4 TCs for Barles. Oh, what is that? Okay, I thought I was going for 5 for a second. No, just a bit overzealous. Moving the foundation over. That pikeman needs to leave it. dead to early Emperor Ram Halbs. Let's see how true that is. Well, that's exactly what's happening here. Early Emperor Ram Halbs. 6 rams. I see 3 of them. The other went somewhere. Got downloaded. There's Halb. And can Camel Archers stop this well enough? Yeah, Liereyy doing the longsword upgrade, doing the infantry upgrades. Interesting. And 4 rams going for the castle, along with the Treb. Halb's inside the rams, trying to defend them, but they get picked off by the camel archers. Yeah, the Vils capped ram now. Capped ram trying to destroy the castle. And it goes down. It does go down, but at great cost. Barles now 21 military to 37. There's 2-handed swordsmen for Liereyy. Camel archers keep fending off the rams. What is this? A barracks? How is this? Everything in the south of the map? Camel archers hoovering? You're trying to take control, not just of half the map, but of 3/4 of the map. Camel archers down here, attacking the mining camp. More Halbs in the barracks. Those were Mangadai. Not every unique unit can be a Mangadai. But now chemistry on the way for the camel archers. That'll boost their attack by 1. An extra castle securing more res in the north. And now Siege Ram going for the castle foundation. Go for the foundation. We'll make sure it works at the gate. Bills will be able to fight the rams. I think that castle goes up. Not going to be a adapt castle. There's Thumbring, Chainmail Armor, Iron Casting, all on the way for Liereyy. I don't understand Barles' game plan. He wanted to ram push, but he ran a ram push straight into champions. He'll be going 2-handed swordsman. Oh my gosh, is it Berbers? Spanish, both making champions? That was not on my bingo card. Halbs, they're the Halbs he wanted, taking out the camel archers. Bill's picked off by the camel archers. Trip to go destroy some houses or the blacksmith. Does look like a GG. There is a castle from Barles. Can that castle get denied or otherwise destroyed by the champions? They're just patrolling in. Not going to find the castle in time. We'll kill quite a few Vils in this area. The champion raid continues. Meanwhile, on the wood line.
Servidora? Sí?
The Vils there just doing the normal lumberjack duties. He probably did not expect Berber champions from Liereyy, but maybe making them work. Well, the space kind of hard to push. Siege engineers on the way. And some champions. Champions trying to fight the Halb, but they're under the castle. If the castle goes down, then everything is exposed. That castle is doing a lot of work now for Barles. Trying to keep Liereyy away. Liereyy clicking everything. Crop rotation, leather archer armor, siege engineers, blast furnace, getting ready for a score victory. Crop rotation. Not a tech you see every day in 1v1s. Takes a long time to pay off. going for the castle. You're so good now with the farm change. That's true. That's true. It pays off much earlier since it applies to partially built farms, or partially farmed farms. There, that's the term. Partially farmed. And now some cannon fending Liereyy off. Can the cannon get both of the trebs? They get one. Just missed there. Market. And Barles will call the GG. There is the GG from Barles, recognizing that there's not much else he can do here. And it's honestly been GG for a while. There's 2-0 from Liereyy, who then is 1 game away. Yeah, from going undefeated. You are right about that coffee time. I need like a brief nap, too. I've been up since 5 a.m. I went to the gym nice and early this morning. 2-0 for Liereyy. And we'll get game 3 in a moment. That would be on slopes. 2 guys boomed, 1 boomed better. That's Age of Empires for you sometimes. Last pick Civ from Liereyy, too. Alright, coffee time. The coffee has been started, and we are ready for game number 3. Capture age warmed up. And the map will be slopes. Alright, and the map is slopes. Liereyy up 2-0. Trying to sweep Barles, and if Liereyy gets the sweep, he will be the first player to have run all the entirety of a TTL season undefeated. This is my favorite civ, Byzantines. Constantinople in the original campaign. Oh, that was amazing. That was a huge city on Barbarossa's march. I loved it. Byzantines were amazing. So Barles will be the Red Burgundians to the northwest, Liereyy the Blue Vietnamese to the southeast, and Liereyy. We like the civ matchup, chat. Burgundians, Vietnamese. Ooh, I feel like I've seen Vietnamese on this map more often. Barles has to be careful not to let his geese be lamed. Doesn't want to let his goose be cooked. I muted myself during the sneeze. Caught myself in time. You gotta have the APM. APM to mute while casting. Thank you, Snow Blinking. Oh, Barles, not don't lose Bills to the boar. Not like this, Barles.
Bonjour.
We need you to get a win here. Keep the undefeated, or keep the or break the undefeated streak. I need Barles to channel his inner Eli Manning. And the boar goes down. Boar got a bite out of that Vil, but boar goes down. And there's a house for Liereyy, so don't see an super early drush attempt from him. Or from Barles either. Feels like more of a standard game. Who will be his David Tyree? Which Vil will catch the ball in their helmet? Double bit axe for Barles.
C.
We're taken by the TC. And Ibex pushed in from Liereyy. Liereyy also changed his color to yellow. Liereyy changes his color all the time. I never found out why he does that. He just does it. He likes to change the color around. Who needs champions when you have supremacy Vils? Has a good hair tuft? Hair tuft? Thank you. Thank you. So looking at Lierey's map, back berries, back gold, back wood lines too. He uses everything you could want in the back of his base. And wall up, use the TC as part of the wall and be super safe. Kind of the opposite for Barles, where the gold and the berries are at the front. Wood in the back, but doesn't have a natural wall to the edge of the map, unless he uses the wood line. And Liereyy up first, so no one drushing? No one doing men-at-arms. Maybe this will just be scouts opening, Or a scout's opening from both. No one even going to the tops of the slopes to grab the hairs of the shorefish. This is the most standard game we could possibly see. Most absolute standard game. So Barles not picking up a win here does still open up the possibility that if TaToH gets a sweep over repard, then TaToH could finish second in the group. And that'll be our final set after this one today. So there is the Feudal Age for Liereyy. Feudal Age will be a bit later for Barles. Liereyy up to Feudal, and he'll have a double bit axe on the way. Barracks on the way for Barles, and Liereyy opening with a range. Okay, not going to be scouts, will be a range. Adding a mining camp on the gold, so it might be an archer opening. Archer's probably into skirms then from Liereyy. So efficient with his micro, he never was surprised to see a range from him. There's horse collar for Barles. And spear. A spear coming forward. So Flemish militia. Okay, Flemish militia from Barles. Okay. Here I am thinking scouts. Oh, I forgot. Burgundians, they make Flemish militia. Archery range followed up with that. Okay, so militia, and the question is, will he go for archers or for skirms? Maybe he'll open skirms, seeing the range. Nothing that really kills the skirms yet. I'm sure Liereyy wouldn't be too upset about going skirms as Vietnamese. Skirms pumping out of the range for Barles. Scout from Liereyy comes forward. So Barles' slight score lead, at least for him. Might have an exposed Vill. He deleted a wall, but that Vill has to run away from the gold. So Flemish militia and scout come forward. And militia chases the spear away. More HP on Lierey's scout. So a few skirms added in there. Militia skirm for Barles. Question for Barles is, does he even make a transition to add archers with this, or does he just stay on this composition with the skirms? Seeing Liereyy has archers. He was adding in skirms too himself, though, and looking to wall up. And still neither player heading out to the top of any slope. All staying nestled within their walls at the bottoms. There's fletching for both players.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Dạ bẩm, có dân nữ xin chờ lệnh. Dạ bẩm, có thảo dân.
And town watch even for Barles. And will he get in here? I feel like Liereyy should be able to wall this. Not that many range units. And just skirms at that. Oh, Lierey's gonna come around the back though, and he will have a hill advantage in whatever fight that occurs. What happens in this fight? I think his priority is picking off skirms. Because that's the threat to his archers. Oh, gets the scout. And how well is Liereyy gonna micro this fight? Oh, this is what you expect from Liereyy. A perfectly microed fight. Turn around, and he makes this look very easy. Scout even being used to hit Vills. Militia turn to poke the scout. And everything cleaned up. So now 12-4 military for Liereyy. And a market for Barles as wheelbarrows on the way for Liereyy. Scout is untouchable, insane. Classic Liereyy, classic Liereyy. What's that KD? 8-1. That's the KD you expect from Liereyy, isn't it? 8-1.
C.
Villager adding the house. Oh, dodges the skirms even. Nothing hitting the scout. So, Liereyy, let's go back with his army. He's not too far away from clicking up, neither is Barles. Oh no, Barles actually with more res collected, so bigger eco so far. Liereyy will try to do something with that army advantage he has. Barles shouldn't need to use the market at this point. Nope, there he goes. He is up. No Castle Age upgrades yet, just the feudal ones, but he's up to the Castle Age. Bit less of an investment into military, maybe. Oh, look at that dodge on the scout. Liereyy.
Bonjour.
He's hit by the archers and the skirms to run away from the mill. Classic Liereyy. And man, I can't believe you've hit a point where Lierey's old enough to say that he has classic Liereyy gameplay. I remember when he was young. Just a kid. I can say the same thing for Viper, though. I remember when Viper was not just starting out, but close to starting out. Beginning his dynasty. So that's 30 seconds later up for Liereyy. But only 30 seconds. He's doing a stable. And we'd love were he to swap to elephants. Don't know if that'll be the case. Sending a Ville forward. Looks like he wants to do a forward workshop. Try to pressure Barles with that workshop. And Doubt is eternal. Doubt did have a starting point, though, in the early 2000s. Wasn't actually from the very start of AoE 2. Soon after the start, but not the very start. There were players that came before him.
Bonjour.
There's heavy plow and Castle Age for Barles. Ville pokes the scout. Scout will run and find the TC. Scout has to get away. And Ville here for Liereyy doing a house. Up to the Castle Age, Skirmisher, Wheelbarrow for Barles. And what is Liereyy doing? Where is that workshop going to go? He's got to do something very sneaky here. The good old Bodcrow saw triple of researches for Liereyy, and there is that workshop. Now Barles, anticipating Liereyy going to the top of a hill, has a Flemish militia out there to scout. It will be a TC now from Liereyy at home. So second TC from both players. University in the back for Barles. So he might look for ballistics for the skirmishers he has. Does Bloodlines and other cav upgrades affect Vietnamese elephants? Yes, they do. Bloodlines and husbandry at the stable do affect the elephants. The armor and forging upgrades at the blacksmith do affect them. I don't know. If there is another tech generically that does. Oh, there's a bit of a hole. There's a bit of a hole or an overchop. Barles lets the crossbows in, but brings the skirms back to keep them out. Ooh, those crossbows will find a hill. Ballistics on the way for Barles. No ballistics for Liereyy. Barles gonna try to get out. Maybe use the knight for cover. really engaging. Keep trying to fight this. A couple of the skirms are kind of low. Knight doing work for him, getting away even too. So ballistics just about in for Barles. At that point, Liereyy won't be taking as good of a fight. Still a Dion. Yeah, Tom Brady looking strong today. There is, okay, third TC for Barles. As the two mangonels in that workshop. Ooh, if only they could have denied that. Mangonel's going for the wood line. What does Barles see? Nothing. Alright, 3 vills down immediately. Oh my gosh, is the TC stopped? Another 3 vills down. All the mangonel shots from Liereyy. Liereyy, the micro. At 91%, the TC is stopped. Oh yeah, the brutal double mangonel shots. Well, they hit the skirms too. Get a triple mangonel shot soon. Another skirm. Vills. Oh, what is that? Attack ground to clear the militia and not destroy the mangonel. Okay, Lierey's got attack grounds too. More vills going down. Barles really wants this castle. He's now down by 11 vills. Here's the TC. Yeah, Liereyy seems strong. That's an understatement. Players before doubt were QA testers. That is not necessarily incorrect. Sheriff and Maimon Maddie did work for ensembles, or ensemble studios. Doing some play testing. And this, okay, there's a castle for Barles. Are Custilier way back into this? Liereyy doing his third TC. He is with 1 vill out on the top of his slope on the gold. Mangonel's still attacking this TC, so the castle won't protect it fully. Some more farms for Barles. In front of his bases, this is the problem. 3 mangonels attacking the TC. And that TC is going to go down. That'll render Barles back to only 2 TCs instead of 3. Like there goes down. The Custilier start running forward. So far, Barles has only seen the workshop, hasn't really seen the full extent of everything out here. All the houses. More farms? We always want more farms. Until you get like 100 plus. And you probably have too many farms. The 1 relic also for Liereyy. Nice to pick up the relic throughout all this. And now it's Custilier. I've seen crazy comebacks with Custilier. And Barles is going to have to hope for a crazy one here as he's down by 20 vills. That's ballistics for Liereyy. Monk here for Barles, trying to pull up a relic heist, taking a relic from the opposite side of the map. They'll pick that up. And once Liereyy gets ballistics, he'll want to take the fight for mangonels still. That's a good number of mangonels. But the relic looks like it's getting away. See, can the crossbows intercept it? They'll split. They'll dodge. And they do stop the relic. Yeah, they do stop the relic. And mangonel's getting the skirms. Monk wants a conversion. The skirms there go down. Here's a castle. Barles up there, atop that slope. We'll have one more TC here for Liereyy. That'll be his 4th TC out here. Imp for both players, slightly faster for Liereyy. And we'll have still this forward here, but not much else from the workshop. Outpost there, but no production other than the workshop. Stuck between the trees, micro is so good. 2 castles for Barles now for Liereyy. A unit that I think is a bit tricky for the Vietnamese to deal with. And we'll see imps. Oh man, this heat is really getting to the dryness in my eyes. Combined with being tired and Okay, forward castle from Liereyy. Let's go. Forward castle. He's looking to end this game with a forward castle. Be the player to go undefeated. Be the player to go undefeated. So about a 10-second difference. And Barles should have an advantage with double castle treb production in the treb war. For mangonels as the monk gets picked off. Total domination. Mangonels go for the gate. Veteran archers run over. I'll find the Coutelier. And there's Liereyy up to Imp. Chemistry, Bracer both on the way for Liereyy. And we'll have a couple of workshops in the middle for Liereyy. Workshops. There they go. And Knights. Ooh, dodging the fire. Oh, double kill, double kill. I was about to say, how does Liereyy get away? The answer is he doesn't. So this will be a 3rd castle, so triple castle treb production for Barles, who's far behind in score, far behind in res collected. I don't really see a world where Liereyy can throw with that big of a res difference here. But I'll be happy to jinx that, because that would be incredible from Barles. Sounds like there's a new goat. Liereyy needs to win all of TTL then. Not enough to go undefeated in the regular season. If you don't win. And Trebuchet down. Stone for Barles trying to repair. There is the Treb. My question for Barles is, there he has a cannon. How does he pick off Trebs once the castle goes down? The answer is maybe the cannon. First ever 15-0? It's looking like that, Garlic Witch. Hello, hello, it's looking like that. First ever 15-0. That castle now is crumbling from Barles, but he has a few more. There's a few more. 10k res collected more for Liereyy. Bracer for Barles. And oh, this might be the finishing touch, the Elite Fire Lancer upgrade. The Vietnamese, they'll have 102 HP. 102 hit points for an infantry unit made from the barracks. It's crazy. He's still trying to defend. Bring the cannon to try to deal with the Tribs. And as much army as he can to defend. And once that castle goes down, it's to cut out the Tribs. If only Barles could click the button at this stage. Who is at that, what, NAC 4 stage of button pressing. And Barles calls the GG as his castle goes down, And Liereyy does it 15-0. He does it. And leaves open opportunities for TaToH to finish second. And Liereyy will finish the TTL season 15-0. Not a single loss, as he'll be the first seed in his group. Get a bye for the first round of the playoffs. So congrats to him. We've had other players, I think, with 14 wins. This is the first player to win every single game. So, and very nicely done. Very, very nicely done. And that'll be a win for him on slopes. Vietnamese against Burgundians. We were here for it. We're here for it. So, TaToH needs 2 wins, right? We'll have TaToH repard next. And we'll look at the standings for that. Right here, this page just got updated. Refresh. Does that reflect the standings? It does. And here we are. Liereyy, 15-0. 5-0 in sets, 15-0 in games, 15 points. He will be facing the winner of Hart Lewis. What is this bracket? Liereyy against the winner of Hart Lewis. In the quarterfinals. Oh, Hera Viper could be in the quarterfinals too. That would be crazy. TaToH repard will be the final set today. We're going to co-cast that with T90. And that'll be repards 1 and 11. Barles with 9 wins. Also, he did lose to TaToH, but if TaToH wins the set, he holds the tiebreaker. So anyway, so 2 wins for TaToH. If he wins the set, then he is second. If he gets only 1 win, then he is third. So TaToH just needs to win the set. Win the set and he's second. Lose the set and he's third. Nice and simple. Yeah, Rip Viper against Hera in the second round. He really needed... I mean, he doesn't want to face Liereyy in the second round either, but I feel like Sebastian or TaToH would have been much better than facing Hera or Liereyy. Anyway, I'm going to grab some coffee before the cast with T90, so I'll be right back. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching here, and I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Oh, my headphones turned off. All right. Hello.
Hello, T West. Welcome. Did you get your coffee?
I did get my coffee.
Sick. Is it blue?
It is not blue, unfortunately. That
that's
would have
good.
been appropriate. I mean,
Yeah.
I've never actually had coffee that was blue before. Maybe I should try it out.
You know, I once had a coffee brand, nothing huge, but I had someone reach out to me years ago before I drank coffee because of the blue coffee videos, offering to do like a branded blue coffee thing. And I was like, nah, I don't really drink coffee. And now I do drink coffee, and I wish I would have done it.
Out of you, those regrets we have.
Yep.
Things like that.
Anyways, we have some catching up to do, but I'm happy to just hop into the games if you are.
Okay. Did the Recs get posted?
They did. I can send them to you if you don't have them.
Oh no, Arbase is posting them now. There we go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll just load up into game number 1. But yeah, basically storyline here. I'm sure you already know. TaToH wins 2-1 or 3-0. TaToH goes into second place in the playoffs, or second place in the group, and then that affects his playoffs. But if Repard can get a couple wins here, TaToH would remain in third place.
Yep, and Repard is 1-11 so far. So TaToH
Yeah.
should be a pretty heavy favorite.
But he's 1-11, but last round was really fun to watch. Like the Liereyy Repard series, Repard was castle dropping him. I think he did every single game. And honestly, I think Liereyy could have lost 2 of those games. So at least there's that energy. Some players come in here a little defeated. It's clear they don't think they have any chance, and they don't really try anything extreme. That at least we won't see from Repard today.
Yeah, he's a player who's going to bring some energy, I think.
Yeah, I hope so anyways. Let me know what second you're at in game 1 on slopes, and we can do our little countdown then.
I'm at 1 second.
Okay, perfect. Well, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. And yes, we've had many sets. This is the final set of group stage, everybody. So thanks for watching so much TTL. Not even just Platinum League, but Gold League and Silver League. With this one, it comes down to where TaToH will go in the playoffs. It is confirmed that TaToH will be in the top 3 in his group, but it's either second place or third place. It's a weird one, though. If he ends up winning here today, 2-1 or 3-0, he will end up against his longtime teammate and friend, the Viper, in the playoffs. And if he were to lose against Repard, then he would end up against Mihai. Both players very good, of course. But yeah, we got TaToH playing as the Way here, and Repard playing as the Khmer. And welcome T West.
Also, the second round, if he's against Viper, would be against Hera, I believe, if I remember the bracket. So
Yeah,
that puts him in a rough spot if he actually finishes second.
I never really know what to do, right? Because every season, it's like, there's always this conversation. And, it's easy for someone to say, well, like a bracket is unfair or something. And I'm like, there's not really much we can do about it, right?
Right.
Because at the end of the day, you have 5 rounds, you play all 3s, and it's supposed to be the best players get the wins, and then it balances out, and then the best players are all spread out. But then when you have a situation where maybe someone has a weak start and they turn it up late, yeah, then you have this exact scenario. So we'll see. Maybe Viper isn't able to show the form that he showed in round 5 against Mihai, because that was insane. Maybe it'll be like round 1 Viper in the playoffs, but yeah, I would not want to be rewarded with Viper in the playoffs, that's for sure.
Yeah. And also, these games were played as Recs, so TaToH doesn't know the full set of standings at the time these games were played. So it's not like he can match up hunt by trying to win or lose. He still wants to win because he doesn't know what's going to happen with Barles or with MBL set.
Correct. Yep. We got the house here on the back from TaToH. Now he's gone for a Civ, which has a really nice win rate. And this Civ usually is about the slow cook style. So you go for the early eco upgrades, you get the vills. If you get the vills, you're happy, right? Because your opponent will always be behind you. The Khmer are kind of the opposite. They skip some steps. They don't need the barracks to go for their stable. And Repard is a player who's always really aggressive. He got to Platinum League by winning gold, by just being aggro every single game. players that he beat at that season. I think Miguel was in the group, Draken was in the group, I think Prisma was in the group. I might be misremembering, but just trying to give some credit to Repard because the poor guy's got one win right now, and people don't realize how good he is just because of the level of the competition.
Yeah, it is against everyone in this group, too. I don't think Repard really is at the same level in 1v1s as all of them. I think I kind of look at him more as kind of a specialist for clown maps sometimes even, which there were quite a few of them in the map pool. But it's definitely hard for him. It's been great to see he's been putting up really competitive games, even though there is maybe that big skill difference. It feels that sometimes in Platinum, you can always have one of those players who maybe is a gold player, but manages to qualify and get into a group for Platinum, and kind of gets beat up on by the other players. And then, unfortunately for Repard, that's him in this group this season.
It's been a mix, right? I'm trying to think on it, but you have 8 players promoted. In theory, 8 of those players should be favored to then get relegated again. But I think this season it's been like, let's see, Lewis is going to stay up. He was promoted. Mihai was promoted. Mihai will stay up. Is there anyone else? Is it 2 out of the 8 that are going to stay up? Or is it going to be more than that? Maybe chat will help us. But yeah, that's how it goes. And I think that also comes down to how much the scene grows over the course of a year. So that was Repard's best tournament result ever. And then like since then, Mihai and Lewis have both really grown as players. So
yeah, and Lewis has had a huge grind of playing tons and tons of games over the past year.
Yeah, the other one's actually Vivi as well. Vivi will stay up and be platinum again for the next season.
Vivi.
So three out of the 8 are going to stay up and the rest go down, which is pretty decent turnover if you ask me.
Yeah, and Vivi's always a player, you never quite know what to expect from him in an event like this, because he certainly has the skill to stay in Platinum, but it's always a question of what happens when he actually plays the game. And like that first round set against Viper was exactly what he needed just to stay Platinum.
Yeah, ended up being really important too, because Viper turned it up at the tail end of the group stage. So Repard taking the risk, scouting using the food on the side here. TaToH sees that. TaToH will play low risk just so he can get the additional villagers and keep what he can alive. In theory, the food collected should be much faster for Repard. But for TaToH, if he survives the next couple minutes, he'll have a nice vill lead. TaToH going for the stable here. I think we could see a lot of scouts in this series because TaToH likes his all-ins, and so does Repard. So wouldn't be surprised to see heavy scout numbers from both.
Yeah, I feel like the more I see the map, the less I see players actually go to take the resources at the tops of the slopes early on.
It's just no one wants to take the risk. It's because the more we see the map, the better the players get. So, like if Dragonstar was still playing, Dragonstar, I think, thinks pretty strongly that Valley, you have to take the side resources, but the higher the stakes, the more important the games. Nobody wants to take the risk.
To go out there.
I understand. Yeah.
Well, we've learned from Valley that simply adding more hunt doesn't make players go out there.
Yeah, well, but what has worked, the one deer on both sides change is very nice, because we would never see Repard out here, for example, without that change. So he's still benefiting from the fish. He has the house there. So if he gets attacked, he can always hop inside. But I think that's something he needs to foresee. TaToH is heading immediately over there. And there's nowhere else that TaToH's going to focus on if he knows the villagers are exposed.
Yeah, and as Chimera, as you said, he skips steps. He skips the barracks, which would be one spear to defend against the scouts up there, and instead he's going to have to rely on hiding in the house.
Yep, one villager is kind of out on her own, and in the middle you had Repard chasing down a scout, so I don't think he was expecting this. It's one of those things you do expect to a certain extent, but a little sloppy there, and TaToH will bring the spears, so now it's kind of tough for Repard. If he brings the scouts over to defend from this, there's spearmen waiting. And this is, oh god, this is so messy for Repard.
He needs to go to the house. Yeah, there he goes. TaToH's going to try to block that, but they'll hop in.
Yeah, TaToH's played this perfectly. TaToH's walled up against any early pressure. He's actually not fully walled, though, but his opponent thinks he's fully walled. And he's just sending constant pressure over to Repard.
And he's walled enough. I mean, if he feels confident with how far forward he is, he could think about going out to those side pawns now.
Yeah, true. I like the approach of just staying in your base. I wouldn't even hate a gold mining upgrade here. You're not even mining gold, but just to get the additional vil. It feels like it could be nice. And TaToH sees it's going to be archers from repard. So yeah, he doesn't have the spearmen. He has the archers now. He only lost 1 vil. He'll kill off the spearmen. He's adding the farms. And pretty soon here, you could get to a pretty nice army. A combination of scouts and archers, TaToH won't have an answer for.
Well, I mean, maybe his answer is just walls. If he can hide behind the walls, he doesn't need to fight.
Yeah, that or I really like full scouts against this type of play. Second stable behind, snag bloodlines, because the Khmer players still won't add any spears. The idea is you get armor on your scouts, and then the archers with fletching don't do as much.
Yeah, and he still won't be walled fully. I mean, he can hide in the houses, but doesn't look like repard's going to go for a full wall, so the scout should be able to get in.
何种命令？
I love TaToH's control. It's one of my favorite things about TaToH's play. Oh man, but he also gets to the other side. Yeah, the villagers kind of teleport there, so that that could have been 2 villagers. But again, TaToH's just assessing now. He's like, all right, where's your army? I know you need to come over here in some capacity. And repard is refusing to. Repard is actually choosing to go forward because he doesn't want TaToH to have this type of power over him. But at the end of the day, you lose 2 vills, you have 2 villagers stuck in that house. It's still not very good for repard.
Yeah, this is the palisade gate, and repard with a few archers might be able to break that, but TaToH is a pretty easy wall behind it.
It's interesting that TaToH had the houses, like some of those houses there, almost as if he was expecting that in the future. He falls back, he'll have his own archers. The villagers are back to work for repard. TaToH will bring back all of his army now. And repard is fletching already. And he knows that TaToH has the villager lead. Like, that's guaranteed. So this is what he does. Just extreme pressure. I'm sure he'll send more army. No spearmen here, but TaToH might not have the amount of army that he needs himself yet either.
He's going pretty heavily into those scouts. Do you think TaToH maybe holds for bloodlines and then fights? Yeah, he flicks bloodlines right there.
Yeah, what he's doing is he's preventing the reinforcements. So he knows he can't fight yet, but the houses give him time. And if he puts his army there, repard can never send any more archers in. And it's just, yeah, back and forth micro. And now repard's realizing, I need upgrades. And he is going for armor. And let's see, this is all before Bloodlines comes in for TaToH. In theory, this could actually be a really good fight for repard.
See, TaToH had 1 spear there. And that wasn't too bad for him.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, TaToH's going to get what he wants, which is clearing this up. But
Really?
it's not like he
Cleared it?
immediately cleared the army. Can't really tell, and he clears it. But
close.
yeah, he spent a lot of food there. And there's just the bigger investment there for TaToH, and repard's on the way up. So repard did lose most of his army, but nice job.
Yeah, that's like the fight. If it starts around 15 seconds later and TaToH has bloodlines when it starts, I think it goes much better for him. He took a lot of damage before bloodlines came in.
Yeah, the issue here, and I see this a lot with Khmer, because you can hop in and out of the houses, you have this tendency to play open, and it's just so much more awkward for you than it is your opponent, right? Like TaToH, he doesn't need the ability to hop into his houses because his villagers are just fully protected the entire time. But we have scout numbers being added. Repard will fight back the weak scouts from TaToH. Those 2 scouts from repard can clear that up. And repard still has a couple archers running forward. Not really sure, though. It doesn't feel like archers is the long-term plan for repard with 2 stables.
何种命令？
Yeah, kind of awkward to go archers, I feel, against the way. They get their Shenbei raiders out, and I don't really like fighting those with archers, but then again, I don't really like fighting them with anything.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a big boom for repard. I don't know where the TCs will go, but he's banking up a lot of wood. He just wants to play scouts, almost like it's arena style. Adapt what he sees from TaToH. TaToH will click up to Castle Age, but I think TaToH will see the Castle Age time from repard and be really surprised. Like, that is a crazy uptime. Oh, and TaToH still has the hole in the back of his base, which I guess he could look at and see. Oh
Those
man, if the
are
archers
heading right
would,
for it, or not, they turn around.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he's expecting it. Yeah, he's just patrolling the archers there and the scouts in the south to stop TaToH from expanding to that area. And he's going to look back at home, drop TC number 2, and drop TC number 3. But none of those town centers are on the side areas for repard.
No, they're all... I mean, they are on golds, at least. One on the back wood.
Yeah.
But repard, he's going to struggle to get wood in the long run if he kind of gets trapped down there in the valley.
I don't mind it. I think he's going to have some issues eventually, but when you haven't done any damage to the way and they've killed villagers from you, you feel the need to recover. And speaking of holes, another hole for TaToH. He overchops the wood line. Lycav will go through. Let's see if TaToH gets his quick wall, and he does get the quick wall. That's insane.
Oh, he does just
Very
in
well
time.
played.
Well, he played that Alcatraz quick wall scenario with Doubt a while ago, so I'm sure he had to get a lot of practice making up for Doubt.
I'm used to players being able to do it. I try so hard. I just cannot replicate that. They make it look so easy, man.
Well, you know, it's also awkward because he's right next to the rock terrain. If he goes like 2 or 3 tiles over to the side, then he won't be able to build the palisade.
Yeah, there's like a hill there too. You also had to re-wall your woodline so other armies don't get in. So yeah, well played to him. Vil counts even for TaToH. He will drop a second TC on the front. Repard is 4 Lycav and those 3 archers. That's it. He's just been full eco otherwise. And he won't have an easy answer to the crossbowman. So while TaToH's later to Castle Age, he's getting more eco upgrades, which means more additional Vils, and will have a much bigger arm. Repard needs something more than just economy. Siege Workshop will be the choice back at home.
And I'll try to go for some Chimera Scorpions probably then. At the very least, he did catch up in Vil counts. He was down quite a bit and got the TCs earlier. But now the question is just how does he defend when he's so open and went for the TCs instead of an army investment?
I think if you're patient with Scorpions, you have a really nice opportunity. Just like 3 to 4 Scorpions hovering around your town centers, wait until your food count spikes, and then you can go in the Knights as well. I genuinely think this position might even be better for Repard. It's just all down to, are the walls where they need to be for now, and can you keep your initial Scorpion numbers alive? It's very easy to overextend with a unit like Scorpion, so just use the range, stay near your town centers, big boom, and so far, TaToH not finding a lot of areas where he can actually apply pressure.
This is open.
Yeah, that's kind of rough.
He had so many houses there and didn't do the wall anywhere? Are there holes
I don't even know.
Woodline?
I looked away. I'm not even sure where it was, to be honest. But that's really bad because he wants a TC on the outside. And TaToH's scout is over there looking around, too. If TaToH were to see that, the Scorpions are not there to protect. He snipes another villager. And he's still moving this way. And Repard's like trying to bait him into fighting so the town center can complete. And TaToH's not seeing it. I think the town center will complete for Repard.
Yeah, I think that finishes. I think Repard did a good job with his army, just making sure TaToH couldn't walk in that direction freely.
Yeah, just the difference has been TaToH has applied pressure, done damage, and Repard has just been unable to do any counter damage to TaToH. And TaToH's got a very nice eco, TC on the right side for him as well, and it just. Now is when you're expecting the Khmer to start to have the food floating for a bit more than just the Scorpions. Like, spend your food on Knights. If you get to an army of Knight Scorpion, this gets pretty difficult for TaToH, especially if Ballistics is in.
Yeah, at the same time, Repard still, he's taken so much damage, but he's up 71 to 64 Vils. TaToH's killed 8 Vils, but the TC additions early on have paid off.
He's playing really well. And again, he is relegated. But no one gets here without a fighting spirit. And also, it's $30 per win, which, if you haven't won many games in the season, that's going to sound pretty damn good right now. So
that'll be most of his prize pool. He could still win more money than he has all season.
Well, the placement prize, even if you go 0-15, is still over $1,000. Like, it's still really good. I don't know what it is. People would have to check Liquipedia, but you make Platinum League and get completely stomped, you are still rewarded. So it's like $1,500 and then your game winnings or something like that. But yeah, it's still, no one wants to wants to leave so much money on the table.
Right.
And I think for Repard too, there's majority of viewers watching him right now. I've never seen him play. So he wants people to understand how good he can be.
And TaToH getting a nice raid on the right with those Shinbei Raiders. Gets a couple more vills.
Oh.
Evens up the vill count.
Again, Scorpion's kind of getting sniped because it's such an awkward unit to use. But once Ballistics is in, then you can just patrol them around with impunity. +2 armor's in for the Knights. TaToH's adding more Guang because he knows the Scorpions are going to be a problem. And oh my god, TaToH's dropping a castle there, which is away from the fights, and I don't think Repard can do enough to get there. But if he sees it, he could send the Knights immediately.
He could be. He has the micro now in 3 places. There's army in the back of his base. He's still not fully walled there. He's fighting on the front by his other TC. He's sending a mass migration of vills all over to that wood line on the right. And he needs to buy time for them to get there.
Yeah, and TaToH's just done such a nice job at holding the map control, and there's too many different areas for Repard to look at. I don't think Repard sees the castle. Castle will complete, and he will take a fight that's actually half decent for the Knights there, but that's just not going to be good enough if there's going to be a castle on his face like that. That's his main goals. TaToH's still behind in vills, but has just controlled this game completely through the military.
Yeah, and the side Repard went to had stone instead of gold, so gold control is just going to be that one in the back, and that's about it for him if that TC goes down on the front.
Also, I think the Jean Bays are already doing well enough with the Scorpions there, but now that the Scorpions can be sniped by Tiger Cav, life doesn't get any easier for you here.
Now TaToH's on all 3 unique units. He's got the Hui Guang, the Shenbei, and the Tiger Cav.
Yeah, the Tiger Cav should be much better against the Scorpions, and yeah, I just kind of feeling for Repard right now. He went for the extreme method. He tried to catch up with the villagers, but he hasn't killed a single villager from TaToH, and TaToH has a civ that gets all those free villagers for the eco upgrades.
Yeah, crazy that Repard's still actually ahead in vills. He's been keeping the TCs running. But that army count keeps growing for TaToH.
Yeah, that's all he's doing. The food eco's not good enough to make enough army and also make the to keep the eco going. And this gold TC is now been shot down by the town center, and the villagers are continuing to get raided. A TaToH, who's already destined for playoffs, takes the first game. He would need 1 more win to go up to 2nd place. Doesn't need all 3 because of how everything else played out. And yet, just well played from TaToH. You could tell Repard just couldn't find any answers to really break TaToH after he lost his initial army in Feudal Age.
Yeah, and the Wear is such a hard civ to fight when Repard did such a good job of getting a bigger eco established with the TCs, but doesn't really matter when TaToH gets free vills.
Yep, the way win rate has been insane. Like, if you don't pressure them in early Castle Age, they just always have such good military options, combined with usually a slightly better economy. So, I can kind of understand Repard's decisions there. I felt like the Archer Scout micro was supposed to put TaToH under a bit more pressure, but TaToH was able to defend from that with the Bloodline Scouts, and the rest was kind of history there.
Yeah, so it seems like the safe approach of not going for the top of the slope pays off.
Yep. Yeah, and you could tell TaToH picked Wei first, so he put big priority on that civ. The explanation as to why Repard would pick Khmer first is just because it's a civ he does so well with. There's a couple players, TaToH's actually one of them. I just really like the civ because of how easy it is to play. They're not necessarily the best in terms of its peak gameplay, but it doesn't look good enough for Repard. We're going to go Monocle next, where I feel like there's 2 very good options here for Repard. I could see Armenians working. I could see Sicilians working as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a big men-at-arms longswords map. I think Armenians... I mean, Koreans could also be a pick. Weirdly enough, I've seen some Korean games that go kind of heavy into skirms. And once you get to the Castle Age, you can plop down a castle and do war wagons, and war wagons kind of dominate.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my guess is he maybe's going to use, like, Huns or Koreans on Stranded. Huns would be more of, like, a fast castle cav archer approach. Koreans would be for the towers and fire lancers and archers. But I'm happy to hop into it, man. Hop into game number 2.
I'm there at 1 second as well.
Cool. Yeah, basically, TaToH wins one more game, and it will be TaToH versus Viper in the playoffs. That's the situation. And yeah, you said you're at 1 second. So
1 second.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are. Game 2. Obviously looked very good from TaToH in the first game, but he knew the way, and he was the way. So we'll see.
Found the way to victory.
We'll see if it is his, I don't know, his day with the Malay or something. I don't know. He's got Malay here, but we got Sicilians for repard.
Sicilians for donjons. Donjons and sergeants. Okay, well, he's got to cook something up here. He's got to be creative.
Is it donjons or is it dungeons? Do you know?
I don't know for sure. That's a good question. I've always said donjons.
I mean, whatever Ornlu says is probably correct.
I don't know. He tried to tell me that Vivi's name was pronounced Vivi in the past. I don't trust him.
No, no one else says Vivi except for him, dude. Yeah, I don't know. Well, whatever it's called, it should be very strong here. We've seen a couple things dominate this map. We've seen defensive towers, which just help you protect the fish on the outside. And then we've also seen infantry. And in the case of Sicilians, you can build the donjon or donjon or whatever. And then you can make sergeants. So I think that's a pretty clear game plan. The issue there is you don't have the timing attack as you would with man-at-arms because you have to wait till feudal age to make your military. So I'm wondering if maybe TaToH feels he's actually got quite a bit of time here. And he can just wait for the sergeants to arrive, and by the time the sergeants arrive, you could potentially have some archers waiting.
And I feel that Malay are much more flexible beyond the early feudal sergeants. Like if you get to the mid game and you survive to the castle age and you don't take damage from the sergeants, I'm not really sure what the Sicilians transition to. They could go knights, but I don't think their tech tree matches up that well against the Malay.
Yeah, I mean, also your eco bonus, your farms provide extra food. I mean, that isn't that exciting of a bonus when this map is not typically dominated by farms. So
you're not building farms on this map.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen it in the later stages of the game. So if you get ahead early, you can eventually farm and really like that bonus. But especially considering the situation, you just expect that repard is going to be very aggressive, and that the main reason you see this hit picked is for the dungeons and the sergeants.
And how well do the sergeants even do against the Malay men-at-arms when they're going to get that free armor immediately? So it might not even be the best early feudal fight against them.
I think I would still prefer the sergeants. I'm pretty sure the sergeants have better stats, but I am curious on the speed, weirdly enough, because I think the men-at-arms now have received that speed boost on the most recent patch, and I think they're a little bit faster. And if your unit's a little bit faster, you can decide whether or not to take the fight, whereas like the slow unit is always chasing. So that would be the biggest question mark for me, but I don't actually have the stats memorized, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, and you can do the donjon in the Dark Age, but it won't shoot until the Feudal Age. And yeah, repard's gonna do the mill and then the donjon right away, and probably try to click up once the mill's done.
So do you want to tell the viewers about how much work you put into this map, making sure that things were buildable up here? Because I'm sure you put a lot of time and energy into it. It's been really good season for the map. So
yeah, you see that rock next to the mill that repard has right there? That rock is specifically placed to avoid TCs being able to be placed there, because we saw that there were some spots where there were 4x4 areas, and sometimes one player could build a TC and the other couldn't. So I specifically blocked them off with the rocks. The rocks were just there for scenery at the start, but then I was like, wait a minute, I can solve this TC issue by moving the scenery and putting it in specific spots.
I mean, it goes down to that, right? Like, we have enough experience now to know if there's one minor difference between what one person can do versus the other, we are going to hear about it at some point, right?
Yeah, we are. I actually got a message from ACCM. He was like, TaToH, the rocks are kind of annoying. They're blocking the building spots. And I replied to him, I was like, ACCM, let me tell you, that's the point.
And he's probably like, oh, okay, all right, well,
Yeah, he was
that's
like,
funny.
he was like, oh, you know what? It is kind of unfair if the TCs are there.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate the detail. It's something we get on our game plan calls for, and we find 3, 4, 5 different things on each map, and then there's always 1 or 2 things that come up. So we've had no issues with the maps. It's been great. And that would, of course, change the map if players could build TCs up there, which they cannot. And everything that we expected from Repard, we've seen so far. We've seen the dungeon up, some villagers to gold, lots of food income. The militia from TaToH came a little bit faster than Repard was expecting, but Repard able to wall it off. And TaToH will still go for man-at-arms with 2 more militia on the way.
And TaToH's setting 2 vills for it, actually. So he could go... Can he go for a tower on that wood line, or is he's just going to turn around?
What? Is this fast castle from Repard? He's building a market right now, and he's not making any military.
Oh, I mean, sergeants, we know from the U pudding builds, they're much stronger in the Castle Age against Feudal Age units.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, it's not like he can't make sergeants on the way to Castle Age. And then the sergeants get faster, get like better stats, sorry, in Castle Age. So this wouldn't be completely unheard of. And he's kind of labbed it out perfectly. He's got the res. He's going to click up. And now TaToH's probably wondering, like, where is his military? Like, what is he going to do?
Yeah, and the TC protects the gold, so the men-at-arms can't stop Repard from taking gold. And with a donjon on the shorefish, like, TaToH's investing into arson. And he wants to destroy houses. That's the only thing he can do right now, destroy houses. Repard clicks up, and he's going to get Castle Age sergeants.
Destroying houses is half decent. It's weird, but you should probably build all your houses within your TC range right now if you're Repard, because TaToH's just going to take down more of them. Sergeants are on the way. So again, just arriving to Castle Age, you get a stat increase on the sergeants. You don't need to research anything. If you needed to research something, you probably would never do this because the resources are such at the limit. But yeah, TaToH is investing as little as possible to actually do value here. But he will bring in the archers now too. And Repard's consistently housed, and there's another house, and TaToH's going to go for that too. And the archers are going to be behind the wood line as well. So I think the villagers on wood are going to have to leave for Repard.
Yeah, and Repard needs to be careful that he has enough wood to do another lumber camp when he gets off of that wood line, because he only has 4 wood right now.
Or alternatively, you don't even plan on wood, and you just send everything to the gold and to the shorefish around the mill, and you try and end this game as quickly as possible. But no, I agree. Like, wood is a concern, and it's so funny how fast he's losing these houses, man. Like,
he needs wood for the houses. He's gonna have only 2 pop space when that house goes down.
But these sergeants just completely kill everything in Feudal Age. They go from 5 base attack to 8 attack. They get more armor. They get more HP. It's an incredible unit. TaToH doesn't have much defense right now. He is actually like kind of sneakily running to the north. If you look at Repard's scouting, Repard's probably thinking, because there's no villagers around the mill, that TaToH isn't there anymore. But TaToH is. That's really intelligent from TaToH. Because if Repard starts to attack the range, TaToH will be fine with that. TaToH just doesn't want to lose any villagers here.
Yeah, he wants to buy time. If sergeants attack a range, or if he can repair for a while, then he's happy. He doesn't want to lose vills.
Repard is placing a mining camp on stone, so his plan is to maybe build more dungeons, but he needs to wait for the stone. Sergeants have not found those villagers from TaToH, and TaToH's archers, I mean, they'll do very little damage, but at least they're distracting. And meanwhile, the man-at-arms and the archers are taking down the blacksmith, and they'll move on to the market next.
Well, maybe they won't move on if the sergeants come in from behind, and this is where things get tricky for TaToH. He can't fight this.
It's so funny.
Is that trapped?
It's such confidence from TaToH. Oh yeah, sorry. TaToH's army is going to get trapped in here, but it's so crazy to me that TaToH's villagers are still alive up there, and that Repard doesn't expect it. But this could work, TOS. TaToH still hasn't clicked up. He's being chased by a lot of sergeants, and now we have the donjon going up on the gold.
Yeah, the donjon on the gold, and about this map, there are sergeants from Repard that can now come from the middle of the map and do donjons on the other side, and TaToH might struggle for wood.
Yep. Look at these 2 sergeants tank. That is with an armor upgrade in for TaToH too. These sergeants are insane. Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah, the men at arms
can't
do
do
1
anything.
damage.
Everyone just expects repard to come in here. He's won 1 game. Everyone expects him to just be easy prey, but he has not been. TaToH's on the way up, but like, what will TaToH do in the next stage? He's pretty clearly stuck on archers. You could maybe consider some monks. You could consider a stable and maybe go for elephants.
I think he just needs to buy time and get crossbow and or bodkin to do enough to fight the sergeants. Just have enough attack to get through their armor.
But I'm telling you, man, if repard just found these 5 vills, it's a completely different game. If the rest of TaToH's eco is pretty idled, that would be such a nice find. Oh, TaToH comes to deny the donjon. And nice micro with the archers. That's at 50%. Feels like a really important area for TaToH to deny because the gold is right there.
Yeah, it doesn't quite hit the gold, but repard could always do fletching for that donjon.
Yeah. I think maybe armor needs to come in for repard now, and there it is. TaToH, though, has an opportunity to go for an interesting trap. He'll drop a market foundation. He traps the sergeants.
Be wary on the road ahead.
I mean, if he brings the archers over, he can easily kill those sergeants, but now we have sergeants building a donjon on the other side.
So the donjon should kill the vills and stop the repairs so the sergeants on the inside can be freed. Yeah. There's a workshop on the other side for a scorpion to get the other donjon up. And now the question is again, where does TaToH take wood if all those donjons go up?
I have no clue what's happening. Also, TaToH's villagers are getting ever so close to the donjons that are going up. Yeah, there goes the donjon. That will need to be garrisoned. TaToH is still killing them, though. Like, he's repairing the houses. The donjons are... the sergeants are still stuck in there. And TaToH's got a counterattack. The army count is pretty low for repard, but he's going for a mangonel now.
What do you think TaToH sees those stone vills? Those crossbows...
Yeah, of course he does.
Really close.
Of course he does. His villagers have been found, so he might lose those villagers, but he'll be completely fine with that if he can kill these villagers here. And he's been telling himself the whole time that as long as he defends the initial attack, he's likely going to have the better economy to win this game. Beautiful job from TaToH.
Yeah, so 5 vill kills there. He's losing his own vills, but that kind of evens out, and he has more vills to lose.
Well, here comes the donjon, though. Donjon will be completed by those villagers. Villager also could run over to repair this mangonel. So, which weirdly enough, he's going to run out of wood to repair. But, does TaToH know that? Wow, he couldn't actually repair it because he ran out of wood. And TaToH takes down the mangonel.
Well, repard's been off of wood. He's been taking those stragglers by his TC, and he's basically out of stragglers. He has no option to take wood. All of his wood... If only the Bills could use the wood that they were carrying to repair the mangonel. They got 7 wood in their hands. They need to drop it off somewhere. They can't repair it.
What a scam, man. It's like, I have the wood to repair. Let me use it. I mean, repard's using the market for the most part. TaToH will find the gold now with the crossbows. Still, though, TaToH has to work really hard here. He has to abandon his base. Shorefish are still not really an easy option, but I guess it's somewhat doable. He has to take wood in the left corner now. And that's where he'll have to find gold as well. But he's holding on. Repard has made him work for it, but it's just not enough right now. Every time you look back at Repard's eco, he's just has such an issue with these crossbows.
Yeah, 5 crossbows have done so much damage.
Wow. Elephant now from TaToH. Elephant's a perfect choice, but Repard spots it. Still has some sergeants around. Still has the villagers around. Feels like Repard would want to go for monks now. But again, resources are kind of rough. Okay, drops another donjon. I don't hate that. Feels like 1 is a little fragile. With 2, it's tougher for TaToH to engage.
And TaToH runs the vills away from the wood line, wisely seeing the mangonel and reacting to it. And at this point, I feel like there's a loss of momentum from repard, and he's not really going to be able to keep pushing more, now that TaToH also has that lumber camp on the outside.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better if he loses this mangonel either, and TaToH snipes the repair vills. TaToH will deny this if he can snipe the villagers. It's at 99%. It goes up. Annoying for TaToH, but no, I agree. It feels like TaToH's actually flexible with his eco. He's got the food eco. He can build a TC. And for repard, it's like his villager efficiency's been awful. He needed to keep his army alive. I respect the strategy. It was actually really well thought out, and he had some chances there, but TaToH was able to weather the storm and is up 2-0 now.
Yep, and that's all TaToH needed, right? Needed the 2-0 win, and that guarantees he finishes second in the group.
Yep, I think so. We'll double check that. We do still have the third game for the extra $30, but I believe that means TaToH steals second place from Barles.
Yep, and I love seeing repard at least come put up a fight. That was a nice strategy for him.
Yeah, no, agreed. And still, we go into the final game here. You hope he does the same. It'll be on Stranded, where I think he's going to go for Koreans. At both games, you could tell repard's really solid, but TaToH's just able to play slightly ahead of him. So, but yeah, confirmed right now that we do have the final game. That TaToH gets second place with that victory. He's ahead of the tiebreak against Barles. If he wins the next one, he'll end with 10 wins. So we'll have our playoff brackets, T-West, but we'll wait to talk about that, I think, until after this third game.
Yeah, we'll get this game on Stranded, TaToH's home map, and I'm hoping he picks that Civ that's last in his draft, because I want to see the new Civ.
You said that Civ that's new, and you didn't say which one it was. So
yeah.
Yeah, Mapuche, no, he's not going to go for it, sadly. Let me know.
I would have hoped that he did it. See, I need Arbase to post the game. There we go.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, just let me know when you're in. Now, I think TaToH was always planning on Vikings here. I think Mapuche could maybe have worked on the previous map if he wanted to play Champies, but clearly didn't need that with how he ended up playing the Malay.
Well, the problem with the
Korean, so
with the Mapuche on the previous map is that they need the 3x3 space for the settlements, and it's harder to place them on the fish.
I mean, you made the maps to be able to place certain buildings on that terrain, and then they came out with a DLC which had economic buildings, which were way bigger,
fit.
Right?
They didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Like we put in all the work for the map, and then it's like, oh shoot. So, but I guess it worked out because at that time people didn't really want to play up against the Champy Civs anyways. So,
yeah. All right, so I'm in and I'm at 1 second. So whenever you're ready, give us a countdown.
All right, cool. Yeah, 3, 2, 1, go. And here we are. And so we know this game doesn't actually change much. Repard will be 6th place. Repard will be Gold League for the next season. TaToH will be 2nd place regardless. Still the $30 per win. And thankfully, because the game doesn't matter for the standings, we have a map which is sick, and we've got Stranded. So Vikings for TaToH and the Koreans for Repard. Both Civs have been very solid picks on this map before, but it's just a tough map to play T-West because it's that combination of water and land.
Well, I'm just hoping we see longboats versus turtle ships.
I think it's a little unlikely. That's mainly because my feeling is the more important thing in the long term is the land in the middle. If you win the water on this map, you're not really controlling a lot of resources. It also costs a lot of wood to win the water, and then you could quickly find yourself without the middle hill. So that's been my take, but people have proved me wrong. It's not like the water isn't still really valuable here.
Well, maybe Repard agrees with you because he's not doing a dock, he's just doing a TC.
Yeah, if you do that, you get the town center up a little faster. So that's not too bad. You're slightly faster to the Ville, but then you are a bit behind with the wood you would get from the fishing ship. He already has the max amount of food with the fishing ship, so he's scouting with it, and now he's going for the dock. I honestly think both approaches are fine. I personally do what TaToH's done because you just have a little bit more food once you make it. You complete your TC, but I think Repard might be onto something here. I think technically maybe his way is the better way to play it.
Yeah, but because you start with the fishing ship, you're getting the food by the time the dock goes up anyway. So it's different than a standard nomad map where you have to build the dock and then do the fishing ship.
But the fishing ship didn't auto drop off the food. It's still sitting there with 15 because the dock wasn't completed, I guess, when it got 15. He needs to drop that off. that fishing ship, unless it's a capture age bug, is not dropping off food.
No, it's sitting there. There, he's noticed.
Oh, that
took a
hurts so
while.
much, though. That hurts so much because he had very little food underneath the TC. Now it feels like you didn't have the fishing ship the whole time. Yeah, I mean, all right, it'll end up evening out in the end. I still think there's what Repard has tried. If everything plays out perfectly, he should have like a slight lead. But obviously, he missed out on some details there.
Yeah, and sometimes getting the maps or getting like specific build orders for the maps, you try something fancy, but then you get one tiny detail wrong and it kind of blows up in your face.
Yeah. All right, so I have an idea for you, and I want to hear your thoughts and viewers' thoughts, okay? So, obviously, it's Age of Empires, and everything's not super logical, okay? And we all understand that. However, one time I was watching Low Elo Legends. This person was like 200 Elo, and they were adding fish traps, and they added fish traps on top of the deep fish, like right next to the deep fish, because the purpose of a fish trap is, you know, to trap the fish, and that's just logical. But obviously, we laughed at that because it was like, oh no, he's got a fish trap a million miles away from his dock. That's super inefficient. So my question for you is, what do you think about fishing traps next to fish having an increased gather rate or some bonus? Yeah.
I have an idea. I have an idea, right? So it's called a fish trap. So maybe it needs to trap the fish somehow. So what we could do, we could have fish, because right now the fish, they just kind of hop up and down, leap out of the water in one spot. What if they actually move around? But if you build a fish trap, like on top of a fish, and it actually stops moving then, so you could actually fish it.
That's what I'm saying. It would be very interesting. At the very least, it would add like some strategic value to placement of things instead of whatever it is now, which is just stupid. You just stack fishing ships on fish traps next to a dock, which makes no sense.
Imagine, do you remember that Europe map that had like all the dolphins on one tile? That custom scenario.
Yeah. There's like, or the map with the one Canberra, I think, with the fish in the middle.
Yeah, with the
like
infinite fish.
30,000 food. Yeah.
Imagine like one fish trap there just gets super efficient because of all the extra fish stacked on top of each other. You get like an omega fish trap benefiting from all the fish.
It's funny. Great. We have like 50% of viewers are like, oh yeah, this is super cool. Maybe we could consider that. And then we have the other 50% panicking. They're like, oh God, we cannot trust them to add this. They're like, please
don't give them more ideas.
Yeah, it's like if we do that with the fish traps, somehow 3 other things are gonna break. But I don't know. It was just a thought. Anytime I see fish traps now, I just think back to that. Apparently, the individual was 3 elo. I just think back to that game, and I'm just like, oh man, that poor person didn't know.
Yeah, we don't want the Vils mining from docks again.
Yeah, true. Also, it's like it's kind of one of the examples of things that's where logic doesn't suit AoE logic. Like the amount of low elo people I see research heated shot because they want fire on their arrows.
Oh yeah, it's chemistry.
It makes sense. Yeah, like heat to your shot. Heated shot, but no, that's not what heated shot does at all. So
yeah. So
anyways, here comes TaToH with the militia. We probably should touch on that. And it will be full land army from TaToH. Probably a couple boats here or there, but I see villagers on stone as well. So he wants to go man-at-arms and towers.
Yeah, so what is the naval meta on this map now that we have the new patch? Are they so far apart that it's going to be pure galleys, or is there still room for hulks?
It's mainly hulks, mainly because there's so much pressure on the map that you don't have the time to mass up the galleys. But the other aspect to mention is now that you can garrison fish, I've found a lot more defensive play on the water just has more value. Being able to garrison your fish and fire arrows is super strong. So in TaToH's case, that might even be half the reason why he's going so aggressive on land, because he's like, it's not even worth for me to go as aggressive on water anymore.
Yeah, and even if you don't have your own navy, then you can just garrison your own fish. You can kind of wait and see what your opponent does and reacts to it. You don't need to be as aggressive in adding in defensive ships.
Well, this will be a very good example, very good test, because repard is going 3 dock galleys, expecting TaToH to go Hawks. But TaToH's actually going for land, and TaToH's got outposts everywhere. He researched Town Watch so he can see what's happening, and he's going for man-at-arms. Repard was not expecting this. He thought TaToH would just play full water, and repard has to get the quick walls down and the counter tower. So far, so good, but the goal, of course, is to get your navy over to TaToH's base to kill the fish as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and that takes a long time to get there, and TaToH with 2 docks can garrison all of his fishing ships if he wants to.
Yeah.
So he's not going to take too much damage.
But, I mean, repard hasn't taken any damage. He'll take down the tower, protect his woodline, he'll protect his gold, and if he can go kill TaToH's fishing ships, the TaToH obviously is down like 7 or 8 eco. So, in theory, this could get very good for repard, and repard as well sees the next tower from TaToH and rushes it back.
And he's going to do an anti-tower barracks there to keep the tower farther away.
TaToH didn't have loom this whole time, by the way, which he's just deciding to research.
Okay, yeah, just gets it now.
But he went to stone, so he can build more towers. Repard was never able to get to a stone. Man-at-arms are still there. Repard really wants to get rid of this tower because he needs the gold. Still need to just think about the galleys, right? Like, imagine having to micro your galleys perfectly while all of this is happening. Can repard do that? If he can, TaToH's fish shouldn't be working. And there's repard microing, and TaToH will garrison in the dock. Technically, I think TaToH should be thinking about some fire ships now.
He has to defend against the galleys, and he'll need to run fishing ships to the other dock. At least he has 2 docks.
Yeah, true.
But it's all about trying to defend now with small numbers of ships while keeping up the pressure on land.
Imagine being repard. You're 1-13, and you're in the final game, and you're just getting nonstop pressured by TaToH, and you're completely surrounded by TaToH.
But on the west, the galley has found the stone, so that might stop any future towers from TaToH if those vills are killed.
Yep, but will the galleys be microed? Right here. If the micro's there, the galleys win every time. But because there's other things happening and repard has to fight back the land pressure, the Hawks and the fire that's now been added are going to be enough from TaToH. That is why we don't tend to see galleys on this map, T-West. It's just so difficult to focus on everything.
Yeah, that was a big investment for him. He went to 5 galleys at least there. And he's basically lost all ability to do pressure, other than that one that's still on the stone.
But it's still a relatively close game. He's going to find some stone, which was just ended up being right there. Then he could drop more towers with Koreans. He sees TaToH's forward archery range, so maybe he can keep a close eye on that. He does have quite a few skirms. And KD's 3-2. And as you mentioned, the stone mining was disrupted for TaToH, so he can't actually build another tower just yet, which is very nice. But the gold is brutal. The fact that you have to come take this gold, which TaToH can see with all of his buildings, is not a good sign.
It's so brutal that one tower denies 2 golds on the right.
Yep.
But that's how the map works. It's weird that there's no resources in the middle, and yet the middle is still so important for getting to the golds and even the stones on the outside.
Still really impressed with repard's adaptations here. Like transitioning into the mill and taking the deer. He's added some navy, which he needs to keep a closer eye on. But still, he's making TaToH work. It's not like TaToH is just having a free fish boom or anything like that. Very random game. But I'm seeing a whole lot of blue in the red eco. And if TaToH ever senses a moment where he can strike, he can always hop out of the archery range.
Yeah, those 2 archers there are going to be weirdly annoying. But at least the Koreans have really cheap skirms with the free armor, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue for repard to clean as long as he's paying attention.
Now, you either need to tower there or you need to wall in that archery range. You can't let that archery range sit. I think that much is clear to me. He does have the stone income, so maybe he'll go for the towers. TaToH will go for another tower himself with just 1 villager here, and repard will see it. I mean, again, repard's under so much pressure, but somehow he's on the way to Castle Age. How has he made that happen?
Well, he used a bit of the market, but not too much.
Not too much,
TaToH's nowhere close to the Castle Age. I mean, if he gets up, what, does he just do Fire Lancers? He gets guard towers, so he cleans all the towers then?
Yeah. Guard tower, siege push, TaToH spent a lot of his food on fletching and on skirmishers and on the man-at-arms, and he didn't find a lot of economy damage. TaToH does have more fishing ships. The other thing you could do if you're a repard is you could go for turtles too to win the water. So there's some options here.
Yeah, so I'm not... I know that turtles were nerfed and then had some stats changed a few times. I'm not sure exactly how well turtles do against this Hulk fire combination right now. I would hope that they still win. But I don't know if you need to do like 2 or 3 turtles before actually fighting, and that might be too expensive.
In my experience, they crush. In my experience, they kind of crush everything.
Or so does that dock shooting at the fish.
Yeah, but you obviously need to get the proper numbers. And oh man, I think if Repard could just play a little patient there with his skirms and back up, maybe this wouldn't be so dangerous. But now he loses a lot of his army, and TaToH must sense that it's too quiet, and TaToH will bring his villagers to rush the tower. And what is this? We've got 9 man-at-arms from TaToH, and he's going to go full feudal, and the archers come out of the range.
Oh, the men-at-arms have full upgrades. Repard's trying to get another tower up. He's sending all of his vills over.
I mean, 1 tower's down. Congratulations, you get guard tower. Your tower's now out of the picture. The next tower is not going to have any protection. Repard is getting completely slaughtered here. He has no army to West. He thought he would have this gold, but he's completely pushed off of gold. He sells and buys to get resources for Bodcanero now.
But if he gets that second tower, he's okay.
Can
he get... All those vills are weak.
Yeah, his vills are super weak. You're right, though. He didn't lose nearly as much as he could have there, and it's double tower, so Repard can maybe chill a little bit.
And he's fine now. He has Bodkin. He has all the towers up. Still, the gold situation is not good, but I think that guard tower he has by the TC can finally hit that tower that TaToH has walled in. So if he garrisons, he could probably clean it up.
Yeah, that's a good call. I think you garrison that tower, shoot TaToH's tower down, move over to that gold. It's a bit weird with tech tree, but I really like the addition of the knight, and you try and get a knight over to TaToH's side somewhere. But also, I really think you got to win water now, or at least be competitive. Make a turtle ship or 2, and get to TaToH's fish, because that's the main reason that TaToH's economy is ahead right now.
He's got 10 fishing ships, and the vill count will be just about even once TaToH finishes going up to the castle age. It's the fish that will be the big difference.
Yep, and that knight will chase back the man-at-arms. The spearman will be added by TaToH, though.
Well, the skirms are there.
Yeah, skirms don't have the elite skirm upgrade, but that should still be fine for Repard. Well played. And the knights will kill off the man-at-arm, and now we'll have 2 knights. And yeah, he is going to shoot that tower down, which means he can get back to the gold. So Repard has gold again. He has wood again. He's coming in with a navy as well on the in the south.
Yes, it's not upgraded, but at least it's still going to be forcing TaToH to move to the other side. Yeah, TaToH's gone all the way to the other side of the map with his fish. You've seen Repard coming around the right side.
Are we about to have Korean knights versus Viking knights?
I think we are. Or at least Viking scouts? Maybe to deal with the Korean monks?
This is gonna be very painful for people who know knights and AoE too. I think Vikings and Koreans are certainly 2 of the worst knight civs there are, but hey, a knight's a knight, man. A knight's a knight.
A knight is a knight.
And the game rarely goes on long enough for us to see the full potential of any civ's knights, so I guess it's fine if the situation calls for it. It's basically like Huns v Huns on knights, right? They have the same strength, so it's even.
Well, Huns at least have bloodlines for the knights.
Well, no, I meant like it's kind of like a mirror matchup in that both of their knights suck.
Okay.
Right? It'd be like if it was Bulgarians versus Spanish and they were both going archers, it's even. Is my point. I just love the vision for TaToH. Like, look at everything he can see. It feels like it's just the caster's perspective, but that's his vision from the outposts and the houses. He'll see the second TC from Repard, understand that he could apply some pressure there, and it just immediately goes for a siege workshop.
Yeah, that outpost triggers that immediate siege workshop from seeing the TC.
But I think if you're Repard, you got to know that hill is your priority right now. And maybe get a couple more villagers on stone. Nice reaction from him. He's balancing out his economy at the moment. But he'll see the light cav and the monks and know. I would play a Fire Lancer here. Fire Lancer is great against knights, especially crap knights like the Vikings. And Fire Lancer is good at pushing back siege.
Yeah, and repard must be listening to the stream in this rec, because as soon as you say that, he cues some.
Ah, there we go. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that it's actually rather nice that your opponent has gone into knights now, because you have a nice answer for it. And the Vikings don't have as easy or an immediate answer. But TaToH adds some longboats, and TaToH will clear up the water, so he still has the fish advantage. But still wondering if TaToH could push the TC.
So now we do have the longboats from TaToH, and I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for that turtle ship from repard. I want to see turtle versus longboat. We're halfway there.
Yeah, but I think there's too much importance to the middle right now, especially when you see the siege. Feels like all your resources probably need to put into defending from this. What we could see, though, we could see a siege tower. So if you go, like, okay, there's the siege workshop on the left side for repard. That's just a bad siege workshop, man. He can see everything. But yeah, if you go for a siege tower, you could maybe roll in to the mangonels with the fire lancers.
The lancers. Yeah, what would be the counter to the lancers then if you're the Vikings? Because you could do longswords, and that's what TaToH looks like he's clicking with extra HP. Could we see siege tower longsword against siege tower lancer?
Well, I mean, siege towers aren't as fast now. So I've seen, for as many times I've seen the siege tower work, I've also seen the siege tower just look completely horrible. But you're seeing why you might want some type of transport vehicle here, because repard sends his units in, and oh my god, that is not what you needed there. That's an awful fight for repard.
Well, there's a knight on the mangonel, but he doesn't kill it.
I mean, the fire lancers needed to be masked. You need some patience to get in close, and the skirmishers are important as well. And TaToH just smashes them. My god. Yeah, so you went from having like 8 fire lancers, the potential to get to 12. Maybe you add a siege workshop and can compete here. Now you're down to 3 fire lancers, and TaToH still has the potential to deny your siege workshop. It hasn't gotten any better for repard. And this is before we remind you that there's still some water. Can we appreciate that TaToH is almost on the 4th row of units in this game?
Oh, he has like everything.
He has everything except for like a fire ship, I think. But he's got cav archer. He's got so much. And he's about to have berserks because he's dropping a castle on the town center. The siege isn't out yet for repard. The rocket cart's at 80%. So there's a chance that repard could deny this.
Is there...
But I think if TaToH sends any military after the rocket cart won't survive for long. He just needs to see it. There goes the longsword and the converted fire lancer. And the rocket cart will go down.
It goes down. That castle goes up. And TaToH gets the sweep.
Yeah. So at the end of group stage, what everyone expected would happen in this final round did happen. And that means that TaToH leapfrogs Barles, goes into the 2nd place position. And an amazing season from TaToH. Again, it's a weird situation because typically it's like, yes, congratulations, you've moved up in the rankings. You got 2nd place. 2nd place will play a 3rd place player. 2nd place should always be favored against the 3rd place player. But the 3rd place player is Viper in that other group. So congratulations, TaToH, for an amazing season. You have a very tough road ahead of you. Not just Viper. I think TaToH could beat Viper, but who's waiting after Viper is also going to be extremely difficult.
Yeah, because let me bring up the bracket now. It's Viper and then Hera in the next round.
Yeah.
And honestly, the other option, if TaToH had finished 3rd, would have been Mihai in the 1st round and Sebastian in the 2nd round, which probably does sound a bit easier of a path to go through if you're avoiding Hera.
I mean, Mihai had a better season than Viper, but Mihai just got swept 3-0 by Viper, right? Sebastian had an incredible season of AoE, hard to beat, but he didn't have quite as many wins as Hera. So yeah, you're right. In terms of play, like the opponent potential, things get very difficult for TaToH. But yeah, still great group stage from TaToH. He finishes it off. Repard will go down, and that is our playoff bracket now. T West. We know what the matchups are going to be. We'll have Hart versus Lewis in a best of 5. Winner will face Liereyy. Mihai versus Barles in a best of 5. Winner will face Sebastian. TaToH versus the Viper. Winner there will face Hera. And then ACCM Vinchester, winner there will face TaToH. And we're done with the play all threes. It'll be best of fives from here. We move all our way until the final, which will end on Sunday. And we'll have our Season 5 champion.
Do you have hope that Liereyy might continue his undefeated streak? Maybe, just maybe, have a chance against Hera?
I mean, Liereyy looks unbeatable right now. So here's a couple things. Liereyy looks unbeatable right now, but Hart and Lewis have also looked insane. So whoever wins there, I think they might get a win against Liereyy, honestly. Maybe not all of them. I think Lierey's the favorite there, but yeah. Mihai Barles, I've been impressed. I still would consider Sebastian the favorite. I'm curious what version of Viper we see against TaToH. Because like Viper looked insane against Mihai. If we see that version of Viper, I think he can actually give Hera a test. And then ACCM and Vinchester on their day are also insane. TaToH's been good. I don't know, man. The conclusion of this tournament's naturally going to have its favorites, but every player in there is very dangerous. So
I'm looking at that bracket, and I'm just looking at that first group of Hart, Lewis, and Liereyy. How did those three get put together into one bracket?
Yeah, people who know each other very well in some of these groups, right? Like former teammates, current teammates, and stuff like that. So it's been fun. But T West, I gotta say we want to close out the group in the proper way. And while we did just finish the TaToH Repard series, Liereyy won his group 15-0. So I'm gonna switch gears and hop into a little interview with Liereyy here. Would you like to join? We have him ready in the TTL group.
Sure.
Sorry, TTL Discord.
Let me hop over there.
Cool. If you can't join, just ask Arbase. We can get you in there.
Okay, I'll end the call here and go join that.
Cool. We should be good. Looks like he's been waiting here for 5 minutes. Thank you for doing so, Liereyy. How's it feel to be 15-0, first person ever in TTL group stage, dude? Assuming he's here. He's muted at the moment. Okay, well, he's not here. He maybe had a little bathroom break. What do we do, T-West? Do we mute ourselves? Do we talk about him right now? What do we do?
Do we wait for him?
I mean, he probably thought we were going to spend another couple minutes talking about the groups.
He's unmuted.
Hello, Liereyy.
Just waiting till you guys finished.
All good, dude. All good. I appreciate you waiting. Sorry you came back to your PC to us talking.
All good.
How do you feel, Mr. 15-0? No one's ever done it to be undefeated in the group stage.
It feels good. I mean, I didn't really care that much up until I heard from a certain bet, you know. Some people messaged
you
me.
Heard about the bet. Damn it,
Yeah,
dude.
some people messaged me halfway through the tournament. They were like, you're 9-0 after the first set, looking good up there, you know. There's some more on the line, so, you know. And then, I felt like might as well finish it, so.
Well, it serves me right for opening my mouth, I guess, and saying that. I kind of felt like, I mean, in that last game, you were just playing amazing overall. But that one moment where you like got the defensive walls down perfectly with your army, I was like, oh shit! Like he really doesn't want to lose this right now.
Which game we talking about? I
think it would have been Slopes.
So...
Would have been Slopes
one.
Yeah.
I remember.
The
Feudal Age.
The Feudal Age army.
Fight. Yeah. I thought he would move out since he was Burgundians on that map, so. It's more about defending early Feudal Age and then just taking it from there.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm not going to go through, because we've had 5 weeks. I'm sure it's really difficult to go through every single set at this point. But I did just kind of want to ask, coming in, you saw your group, you know all these players very well. What were your expectations? And also, what was the preparation like? Because for a player your caliber, could probably justify just kind of taking each week as it goes. Versus lots of intense preparation.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did. I figured, especially after Red Bull, lots of players were burned out, especially after that intense grind the last couple of days. So I just took it, whatever came with it. And since the first rounds were, I was playing against the new
Licks first.
Yeah, Licks, and then I think was it TaToH second round? I don't remember.
It was MBL second round.
But I think everyone was a bit rusty. It's more like small burnout after Red Bull. So, you know, I think I felt like everyone was a bit rusty, included myself. And I don't really get rusted easily, so I guess it favored me in some way.
Yep, okay.
So I didn't really have to prepare that much. I helped Lewis out a bit, practiced with hard like once or twice, but that's about it. And then the rest was just more or less just adapting on the spot, and more or less some maps are standard, so I didn't really have an issue, so it worked out.
Okay, yeah, absolutely did. T West, any thoughts?
Okay, well, you said you practiced with Lewis and Hart. Well, if you look at the playoff bracket, you're going to face the winner of Lewis and Hart. What do you think about that set?
Those dogs. Crazy. It's going to be fun. I mean, it's always a bit different when you face someone you practiced with or you know very well. They obviously know what I like. I know what they like. I know what their practice looked like to some degree. They have seen all my practice. It wasn't that much, but you know, they have seen it all. So we'll have to mix it up a little bit. But it should be fun either way. It's going to come down, I think, next weekend before Red Bull preparation. So, you know, gonna let it all out before the next grind starts.
Do you try to find different practice partners then going forward, or do you just kind of wing it?
Yeah, the loser of that set.
Okay.
Nah, the loser of that set.
You're gonna force them to play. You're gonna force them. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Just help me practice.
They will. I'm not gonna bother the loser of forcing them to practice or asking them. I'm gonna look at their games a little bit, maybe practice with some other people, Hera, who knows, and then take it from there.
Do you have a favorite in that series, Hart Lewis? I don't want you to offend both your practice partners here, but
I would love to offend both of them. Let me see how I can do that.
Yep.
Well, considering Hart has been somewhat Lewis's mentor the last couple of months or years, I would favor Hart, but then again, I know Hart and his personal burnout day in and day out, so either way, it's gonna be fun, because if Lewis wins, he's gonna trash talk Hart forever. If Hart wins, you know, Lewis will always be the shadow of himself. So it's gonna be fun either way. I'm gonna be laughing either way. So no matter who wins, gonna sit down with a popcorn, put it on the TV, and enjoy myself.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it won't be quite as fun if whoever wins there beats you. So you do need to be ready for that, I guess. But
that's all right. I have a Red Bull excuse. That's all right.
True. You guys are going full doubt right now, bro.
There you go.
Yeah. No, I like it. All right, cool. I mean, honestly, Liereyy, typically I'd say like, you know, what are your aspirations, blah 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 blah. But like with you, you're typically top 4 and making a run for the finals anyways. So I think that answer's pretty damn clear. I'll ask you, and you might not want to reveal these things, but do you feel you've got like certain things you need to look at and improve? You went 15-0. Is there any room for improvement, or you feel like you're kind of close there?
Well, I'll have to buy new civs, I guess, so I don't have to ban
You still don't have them purchased.
I got told I'm gonna get them gifted, but apparently not. So, you know, I still had to ban them every single round because I thought someone would gift me, or I would have certain people who, you know, can get a key for me, but apparently
Brother,
not. So
do I need to pull up
buy...
your Liquipedia earnings and how much money you just made per win?
It's not about that. It's not about that. No. It's
you made $450 with 15-0, bro. Buy the DLC.
I was working for $20 an hour if you calculate that down to the hour.
No, your games were fast.
Well, that's on me, though. I tried to make them fast. That's on me, though.
Okay,
I wasn't going to play them in the earlier rounds anyway, because they're very cheesy, especially with the champ ski.
Yeah,
so I didn't want to risk getting surprised or cheesed by them when I know on most maps I have a pretty clear advantage with my normal playstyle. So why even bother, you know? Like, I could theoretically prepare something with them, but then I would have to prepare something with them. Then I might get surprised. I might get the late game. Then I don't know what to make after all. It's like all a mess. So I figure it's just easier to ban them out.
I mean, I don't understand being a professional AV2 player and not buying the DLC. I do not understand.
I got told I was gonna get the key, but I still haven't gotten it. So.
Okay. Well, anyways, I don't understand that. However, I do understand when new civs get launched mid-event, and you're someone who typically, like, as a high-level player, you have good understanding. You want to control the game in ways you know. I understand not wanting to deal with that and let someone else deal with it. So that's completely fair.
Especially since they've now been changed twice since they were released and then updated after that.
Exactly. Imagine I bought them and then it just got changed. Then it's like all the practice for nothing as well.
Well, that happened to everyone.
I'm just
who
like
did
starting
buy them.
at fresh, I'm starting at zero with all the other people who already bought them, who already practiced and wasted hours on them. So I'm up hours right now. That's how I'm thinking about it.
Hey, listen, how do you think Huang feels? He's down 200 elo because he hasn't been able to spam them since the nerfs. So Huang's, you just ruined it all for Huang.
I didn't even know the guy spamming the new civs. I thought he was stuck in kills.
No. Oh, dude, he had our church rush with Armenians, and then he he was just spamming the champies.
And people ask me why I don't play ladder, like... Can you blame me?
No, not really. Not if... I do not blame you if you could show up and be as good as you are. It's honestly a joy to watch. Like, obviously, as a caster, it sucks sometimes to have, like, a stomp, right?
Bumping every set.
But just how complete it is honestly amazing. So congratulations on that. I wish you the best on that. And yeah, we'll maybe be speaking in the future if you win more sets, man. Well played.
Let's hope so. Sounds good.
Alrighty, Liereyy. Take care. Thanks again for stopping by for the interview as well. I really appreciate that.
Bye-bye.
See you.
Freaking guy doesn't have the civs. T-West.
Well, if you're not going to play them, well, why don't spend money till you have to, I guess.
He doesn't have the civ. That's so funny.
Well, I mean, we have
thought
enough
it was
bans.
just a joke.
We have enough bans in the draft. He can ban them every time. He's fine.
Yeah. That's just hilarious. But I've said before, it's like kind of poor drafting strategy, because if your opponent knows that you have to ban 4 civs, well, I guess 3 civs, like that kind of helps them, but clearly it didn't help anybody because Liereyy did that. So
yeah, they can just plan. Well, maybe they can just plan that they're gonna leave them there in the bans, as you said, and then force Liereyy to use them so that he can't ban other civs. So I guess it is an advantage, but maybe everyone wants them banned anyway. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, either way, it's impressive. How in shape Liereyy is. He did some practice, right? But it wasn't like he was no-lifing and playing the game nonstop to get to that level. He's just such a talent. It's so crazy to me. So he's definitely one of the favorites. Either way, we got our playoff brackets now. TOS, thanks for hopping in today, man. And be in touch about future sets. TTL 5 as we close it out here over the next week.
Awesome. I'll see you soon then, and thanks for putting this all together. It's been fun for the past 2 months, seeing all the maps get played, and not having too much to fix for the most part, I think.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great. Thank you so much, dude.
Awesome. I'll talk to you later.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, so that'll be it for us here then. Let's see, I left the channel. All right, so Wednesday at 14:30 GMT will be when the playoffs start. Arbase just released the schedule. I have 4 sets on Wednesday. Oh, that's going to be a lot. With 2 hours in between for best of 5s. That is an ambitious schedule. TaToH Viper already confirmed as Rex, because Viper's not going to want that last set of the day. Oh, thank you, T90, for giving us a shout out. So we're going to end things here. And thank you at Jurgen NW for the follow. So also thank you. Let's see, we had a couple of subs during that. Ghetto Smurf and John Wyatt Earp. And Ring Lord, if I read that earlier. But thank you guys for the subs. Appreciate it. And I'm honestly kind of... I'm glad that we had the increase from 11 to 15 maps this season. Because I think last season I got a bit burned out casting all of them. But it feels... I think this season we had a much better distribution of games and different strategies throughout the map pool. Is anyone casting the grubby thing? I think Hera is. I think we're just about done here, so we'll find someone we can raid. Well, let's see, we can send a raid over to Sir Baron. And we'll end things on YouTube. So thank you all for watching. And I'll see you guys probably on Wednesday. I might stream something tomorrow, but it won't be TTL. We'll see what's going on tomorrow. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and I'll allow a message I didn't catch on YouTube. I'll see you all later.